Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I thought I just had noisy neighbors until the cops dragged a body out from the basement next door. My name is Ethan. I'm 34, and I am not sending this in for views or karma or whatever people chase on the internet. I'm sending it because for months, I lay in bed less than 10 feet from a woman who was never supposed to leave that basement alive, and I did nothing. Back then, it was just a small rental on a dead-end street in Colorado. Ridgway Court? One of those quiet cul-de-sacs you only ever see if you live there, or if you get lost and miss your turn off the main road. We had the yellow streetlights, the kids playing basketball on cracked driveways, the old couple with too many garden gnomes. You know the type of neighborhood I mean. It looked safe from the windshield. Inside our place, it was even more boring. A humming old fridge, a central AC unit that kicked on and off with this tired wheeze, a ceiling fan that ticked just enough to be annoying. At night, it was always the same soundtrack. Ice maker cracking, distant highway noise, someone's TV muffled through drywall. It was the first time in my life I'd ever fallen asleep thinking, yeah, this might actually be home. The guy next door seemed normal too. Friendly even. He showed up on our first night with a tray of brownies and a Broncos hoodie, smiling like every bland suburban neighbor in every commercial you've ever seen. His wife stood behind him, quiet, pretty, holding her left wrist with her right hand like she was cold. If you drove down our street and saw us, you would not have slowed down. You would not have thought, there's a crime scene. You would have thought, starter home young couple, nice neighbors. But walls hear more than we do. And the first time I heard something hit that shared wall hard enough to rattle the picture frames, I told myself it was nothing. Just a drop box. Just a workout weight. Just a house settling. By the time I finally picked up the phone to call the police, there was already blood on the concrete I couldn't see. This is the part you never get in the headlines. The weeks before the sirens, the nights when the AC shuts off, and, for 1 second, your whole house goes quiet enough to hear what's happening on the other side of your wall, if you're willing to listen. My name is Ethan. I am 34 years old, and I am writing this from a different couch, in a different city, with a different set of neighbors humming through the walls. I need you to know that up front, because if you ever Google the address I am about to say, you are not going to see my name. You will see his, maybe hers, if the articles have not been buried yet. You will see a few grainy photos of a one-story rental with beige siding and a strip of grass nobody really took care of. You will see words like incident and domestic dispute and tragedy. You will not see the weeks of sounds that came before any of that made the news. The address is 1437 Ridgway Court, Aurora, Colorado. I am not sending this to your channel because I want views or sympathy or internet points. If this never gets read out loud and just sits in some inbox, that is probably safer for me. I am sending it because I hate the idea that the only record of what happened on that street is a police report and a couple of articles that make it sound like it exploded out of nowhere. It did not. It built, one thin wall at a time. Right now, As I type this, I am in a small apartment across town. There's a different fridge humming 10 feet away. The AC unit above the window clicks on, breathes out cold air, then cuts off with that flat electrical sigh. A cheap clock on the wall to my left ticks just a hair too loud for the size of the room. Those are normal sounds. I keep saying that to myself. The problem for me now is that I cannot hear any of them without thinking about the old house, about how every harmless noise can turn into something else once you know what was happening on the other side. It has been 3 years since we left Ridgeway Court. I have a ring on my finger now, instead of just a tan line. My wife, Lauren, is down the hall, asleep. I have never heard a single person scream through these walls, but every night there is this 1 second where everything in this place just stops. The AC, the fridge, even the hallway light outside our door that buzzes all day. For no more than a breath, the building goes quiet, like it is holding something in. That is when I remember the other silence, the one that lived between my bedroom and his basement. Back then, before I knew better, I thought the biggest problem with that house would be the HOA rules and the fact that the dryer shook the whole hallway when it ran. We were not even buying, just renting. But the property manager loved reminding us about regulations. No parking on the street overnight. No leaving trash cans visible. Grass cut every 2 weeks. The kind of suburban fine print you roll your eyes at and sign anyway. Before Ridgeway Court, we lived in a cramped apartment close to the highway. The kind of place where somebody's bass, somebody's TV, and somebody's argument were always bleeding through the walls. Our bedroom window faced a parking lot that never really slept. We wanted something quieter so badly that we convinced ourselves we could afford it. So when Lauren found the listing for a cozy, single-family home on a quiet cul-de-sac, it felt like a joke at first. The photo showed a beige box at the end of a short curve of road. 1-car garage, patchy front lawn, an old tree that looked like it had survived a few too many storms. When we finally drove down Ridgeway Court, the air over the blacktop wavered, and you could smell someone's grill before you saw it. The GPS told me to turn right. Then, your destination is on the left. And suddenly we were there. There were maybe 8 houses on the street, all some variation of beige or gray, all with small rectangles of yard clipped short, a basketball hoop over one garage, a kiddie pool half deflated in another driveway, an older couple on a front porch, watching us roll by. At the very end of the cul-de-sac, just before the circle of asphalt curved back into itself, sat 1437, our place. The siding was more faded in person than in the photos, and the blinds in the front window were bent in one corner. The mailbox leaned a little to the left, like someone had backed into it and then fixed it just enough to keep it standing. There was a for rent sign stuck crooked in the yard, with the property manager's number half peeled by the sun. Lauren squeezed my arm and laughed. "It's cute," she said, in a sad little dog way. She was right. It was not much, but when I parked at the curb and turned the engine off, something about the quiet felt new. Not the city quiet of everyone hiding behind closed doors with TVs roaring, but a softer, suburban quiet. Bugs in the grass. A lawnmower humming faintly somewhere a few streets over. The clink of metal tongs from that barbecue we had smelled. We walked up the short path to the front door, with the property manager trailing behind us, reading from his clipboard. I was not really listening. I was looking at the way the cul-de-sac curved, the way every house faced the middle like they were in on some small town secret. If you have never lived on a dead-end street like that, I do not know how to explain it except this. You only turn down it if you belong there, or if you are lost. There is no reason to cut through. There is nowhere else to go. It felt standing there on the porch with the key about to turn in the lock for the first time, like we were stepping into a little bubble separate from the rest of the city. Safe. That is the word I would have used if you had asked me then. Safe and quiet, and finally ours. I am telling you all of this because it matters that you understand how normal it was at the start, how boring, how very not haunted, not cursed, not obviously doomed it looked. If you pause this and pull up a street view of Ridgeway Court right now, you will see what I mean. It is the kind of place you drive past without thinking twice. 3 years and 1 basement later, I still cannot decide if that makes it better or worse. We moved in on a Tuesday evening, the kind of evening that cannot decide if it is still day or not. The sky over Aurora had that washed-out purple tint, and the streetlights on Ridgeway Court had already kicked on, staining everything they touched in a tired yellow. Our rented U-Haul sat half on the curb, half in the street, hazard lights blinking. The turn signal kept up its steady tick-tick-tick, echoing off the little circle of houses like a metronome. You do not realize how loud cardboard is until you drag it across a quiet cul-de-sac. Every box we slid down the metal ramp made this rough chirp sound that bounced off the siding of 1437 and the houses facing it. Lauren laughed the first time we did it, said something like, "Congratulations, we're officially those people." Down at the end of the court, 3 kids were playing basketball in a cracked driveway. The ball smacked against the concrete, rattled the bent metal hoop, rolled away, smacked again. Their sneakers squeaked. Every now and then, one of them would glance over at us, the new couple with the truck and the life in boxes, then go back to their game. Somewhere behind us, a dog barked twice and then gave up. Up close, 1437 Ridgeway Court did not magically transform into anything prettier than the listing photos. Beige siding, a darker beige trim, one small front window with blinds that were crooked in the top corner. The lawn was a rectangle of patchy grass with 2 brown spots where something had probably died and never been replaced. The concrete path to the front door had a hairline crack running right down the middle, as if the house had been split and then pushed back together. The number, 1437, was screwed into the siding on a little metal plaque above the garage door. One of the screws was rusty. I remember noticing that and thinking I should fix it someday. It is funny, the parts of a house your brain chooses to cling to, even after everything else about it rots in your memory. The property manager, some guy in his 50s with a clipboard and breath that smelled like old coffee, walked us through the move-in checklist at record speed. Vinyl flooring in the kitchen, scuffed but intact. Beige carpet down the short hallway, flattened in spots where furniture had clearly sat for years. 1-car garage, small living room with a ceiling fan that ticked every 3rd rotation. 2 bedrooms in the back, 1 full bath. Central air, he said, like he was announcing a prize on a game show. The kitchen was the first room that really felt like a different life. It was small, just a strip of counter and some cabinets, but it had an actual window over the sink, looking out onto the little fenced backyard. The fridge was old, white turned slightly yellow, humming constantly like it was nervous about being replaced. The AC vent above the doorway exhaled cool air with a soft, dry hiss. When we first stepped inside and shut the door behind us, the sound changed in a way I still remember. Outside, there had been the steady noise of the street, the basketball, the truck, the kids. Inside, there was this brief, hollow echo, like the house was taking in a breath. Our footsteps thudded on the bare carpet louder than I expected. No furniture, no pictures, nothing on the walls to soak the noise up. It was just us and the empty shell. We made a few trips back and forth between the truck and the house, cutting lines through the fading light. Each time we opened the front door, the smell of the place came out to meet us. Dust, a hint of someone else's cooking long gone, a faint, underlying scent of cleaning chemicals the property manager had sprayed around without really caring where it landed. On one of those trips, as I was backing down the ramp with a box marked "Kitchen Fragile," I noticed the house to our right. The older couple I had seen earlier were out front now, the woman fussing with a bed of flowers along the base of their porch. Pink and purple petunias spilled over the edge in thick, cheerful clusters. Water from a sprinkler nearby arced across their yard, catching the street light and turning into beads of gold before soaking into the grass. She straightened up when she saw me, wiped her hands on her shorts, and waved. Her husband, sitting in a lawn chair behind her with a beer balanced on the armrest, gave me a nod. They had that soft, retired look about them, t-shirts from somewhere beachy, faces lined but kind, like they had been watching this street for a long time. On the other side of our house, the left side, it was different. The driveway next door held two vehicles, a dark blue Ford F-150 and a silver Honda Civic. Both clean, both newer than anything I had ever driven. The grass there was cut a little shorter than ours, but there were no flowers, no chairs on the porch, no people. The blinds in their front window were fully shut, not crooked like ours. Their porch light was off, even though the street lights were already on. There was nothing wrong about it. It just looked closed, like a mouth held shut. "Wonder who lives there," Lauren said, coming up beside me with a box of bathroom stuff in her arms. She nodded toward the truck and the Civic. "Somebody with 2 car payments," I joked. But my eyes stayed on that dark front window a second too long. We finished with the heavy boxes as the sky went from purple to dark blue. The kids down the court disappeared inside their house. The basketball left leaned against the base of the hoop. The sound of the U-Haul's engine when I turned the key again felt too loud for the tiny street. I pulled it a little way down, parked overnight where the property manager said we could, and by the time I walked back, the cul-de-sac felt like a different place entirely. Inside, the house had already changed too. Our couch sat crooked in the living room, cushions piled with random jackets and throw pillows. The TV was perched on a moving box, cords dangling. In the kitchen, we had enough space cleared on the counter for 2 open pizza boxes and a roll of paper towels. We ate sitting on the floor, backs against the wall, paper plates on our knees. Lauren had kicked her shoes off and stretched her legs out in front of her, socks already picking up bits of carpet fuzz. The only light came from the kitchen overhead and the glow of the TV, which was playing some sitcom rerun with the volume turned way down. Every sound in the house had a new edge to it now that it had furniture to bounce off of. The fridge's hum wasn't just a hum. It had a little rattle at the end of each cycle. The AC unit would click on with a faint shudder, push air through the vents, then click off again. The ceiling fan's tick, tick, tick timed itself almost perfectly with the laugh track on TV. From somewhere deep in the walls, pipes knocked softly as someone, somewhere, ran water. After we finished eating, I stretched out on my back, right there on the living room carpet, staring at the blank space where a picture should eventually hang. My stomach was full of cheap pizza and cheaper beer, and my muscles felt like they had been swapped out for rubber bands. Boxes towered over me on all sides, labeled with black marker that already looked too permanent. "If this place has roaches, I'm returning it," Lauren said, tossing an empty crust into the box. "You can't return a house," I said. "Says who?" "The guy with the clipboard," I murmured, closing my eyes. That was when I really heard the inside of the house for the first time. Not just as loose pieces, but as one whole thing. AC running, then easing off. The fridge humming, then clicking into silence. The dull whoosh of a car passing on the main road far beyond the cul-de-sac, softened by distance. The clock on my phone face down beside me, buzzing once with a notification. Underneath all of that, there was another sound. A faint vibration through the floor whenever someone, maybe the older couple, walked around next door. The tiniest creak in our own hallway as the house settled on its foundation. The soft woof of Lauren's breathing from where she'd curled up against the boxes. And from the left, the side with the truck and the Civic and the dark window. There was almost nothing. If I focused, if I really tried, I could make out the ghost of a sound, something muffled and far away. Maybe a TV on low. Maybe a washing machine shifting into a spin cycle. It was so faint that I had to hold my breath to catch it. And even then, I could not be sure I was not just imagining it. "Do you hear that?" I asked, without opening my eyes. "Hear what?" Lauren said. "Exactly," I said, and she laughed softly, not understanding what I meant. Later, when the pizza was put away and the boxes were stacked just enough to make a path to the bedroom, we lay in our new bed with the window cracked open to the summer air. The cul-de-sac outside had gone still. No kids, no cars, no dogs. Just the constant low hum of electricity and appliances, and the things humans build to keep the dark comfortable. Lying there, I told myself it was perfect. The yellow streetlight pooling on the sidewalk, the old couple's sprinklers clicking off down the right side, the quiet from the left. Every sound felt ordinary, like it belonged. Every sound felt normal. I had no idea that was the last time they would ever feel that way to me. Trevor knocked the next afternoon. I remember the pattern of it more than the sound. 3 even. Polite knocks on the front door. Not the frantic pounding of someone in trouble. Not the lazy, back-of-the-knuckle tap of a delivery guy who has done this 1,000 times that morning. Just 3 measured thunk, thunk, thunk knuckles on wood. I was halfway through unpacking a box of mismatched mugs in the kitchen when it happened. Lauren was in the bedroom, trying to figure out which dresser went on which wall. We both froze for half a second, exchanged a quick look through the doorway. Then I wiped my hands on my jeans and went to the door. When I opened it, the first thing I saw was the tray of brownies. They were in one of those old glass baking dishes, the kind with tiny chips around the rim, covered in crinkled foil. A sweet, heavy smell of chocolate and sugar rolled into the entryway, mixing with the dust and cardboard of our half-unpacked house. Behind the tray was a man, maybe late 30s. He was a little taller than me, wearing a faded navy Denver Broncos hoodie and jeans. His hair was short and starting to thin at the temples, and he had this patchy stubble on his chin that looked like he shaved only when he remembered. His eyes were light, some color between blue and gray, and when he smiled, the corners crinkled in a way that made him look almost boyish. "Hey neighbor," he said, shifting the tray to one hand so he could offer the other. "You must be the new folks at 1437. His voice was friendly, that easy suburban drawl you hear in commercials for pickup trucks and home insurance. "Yeah, that's us," I said, taking his hand. His grip was firm, a little too warm. "I'm Ethan." "Trevor," he said. "We're next door at 1439. He nodded toward the left. "My wife insisted we bake you something, but I'm not gonna lie. I mostly just stood there and supervised." He laughed at his own joke. It was an easy sound, like he'd practiced laughing at himself in the mirror. Almost on cue, a figure appeared behind him in the doorway of his own house. A woman, maybe my age or a little younger, stepped into view. She was slim, in black leggings and an oversized t-shirt with some faded logo on it. Her brown hair was pulled up into a high, messy ponytail, strands escaping around her face. She had that tired, pretty look, like someone who has been smiling at strangers all day and has not quite shaken it off yet. She lifted one hand in a small wave, fingers closing around her other wrist like she was trying to tuck it out of sight. "That's Lily," Trevor said, glancing back at her. "She's the real baker in this house." "Hi," she said. Her voice was soft, barely louder than the hum of our fridge behind me. "Welcome to the street." "Thank you," I said. "Come in, sorry, it's a mess, but..." Trevor shook his head. "We won't invade yet. Just wanted to drop this off and say hey. We know what move-in day is like. Boxes on boxes on boxes." He held the brownie dish out toward me. It was still warm on the bottom. I smelled butter and cocoa and something else I couldn't place. Maybe vanilla, maybe just the ghost of their kitchen. "Seriously, that's really nice," I said, taking it. We brought nothing when we moved into our last place, just complaints." Trevor chuckled. "You'll fit right in. I do IT from home, so I'm around a lot. If you ever need tools or anything, 1439's got you. Ladders, drills, whatever. I've got more crap in that garage than I know what to do with." He jerked his thumb over his shoulder in the vague direction of his driveway and the closed garage door. "Where do you work?" Lauren's voice floated from behind me. I stepped aside, and she came up next to me, brushing drywall dust off her hands. "Sorry, I was buried in a box of shoes." Trevor's eyes flicked briefly over her, then back to our faces, the way people do when they're trying not to stare. "Just remote stuff," he said. "Fixing things that are never really broken. Telling people to restart what they already restarted. That kind of glamorous life." "And Lily?" Lauren asked, offering a wide, sincere smile. "Nice to meet you, by the way." Lily smiled back, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "I work at a dental office," she said. "Over on Parker, front desk. Lots of insurance forms. Lots of people who hate being there." "Sounds fun," I said. She laughed once through her nose, a little puff of air, then looked down at her feet. "Well," Trevor said, clapping his hands together once like he was closing a meeting, "we'll let you get back to the chaos. Just wanted to say you've got friendly folks on at least one side." He said it lightly, but there was a tiny emphasis on one that I didn't notice until much later. Lauren nudged me with her elbow as they turned to go. "We really scored with the neighbors, huh?" she whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. At the time, I agreed. Standing there at our door, with a warm tray of brownies in my hands, watching Trevor walk back toward his beige mirror image of our house, and Lily hovering just behind his shoulder, I remember thinking, this is exactly the kind of thing you hope for. Not the brownies, specifically, but the idea, the normalcy, that we're all in this together of it. I thanked them again, promised we would return the dish soon, and closed the door. That night, we did all the normal first night in a new place things. We used plates we probably should have washed again first. We argued half-jokingly over where the couch should go. We stepped around stacks of boxes labeled kitchen and bedroom and misc in my messy marker handwriting. By 9:30, Lauren was done. She took a shower, then called out from the hallway that she was claiming the bedroom before she passed out on a pile of towels. I stayed in the living room, telling myself I would just watch one episode of something and then come to bed. The couch was shoved against the wall opposite the TV, which was still perched on a box. The image was slightly too low, so I was looking down at it instead of straight on. Some crime show replay was on. The volume turned down low so it didn't echo through the mostly empty room. Voices murmured, a narrator droned, blue and red lights flashed on the faces of people reenacting someone else's tragedy. Behind the screen, the house made its own noises. The fridge in the kitchen cycled, its compressor humming for a while, then cutting out with a soft click. The AC kicked on through the vents overhead, exhaling cool air that slid across my bare arms, then clicked off again. Somewhere in the back, a pipe adjusted with a dull tunk as someone's hot water use tapered off. A clock we'd hung in the hallway because we didn't know where else to put it ticked steadily. Outside, beyond the front window, the world had shrunk to the circle of yellow cast by the streetlight and the occasional passing headlights on the main road beyond the cul-de-sac. I-225 was a low, distant rush, like waves way out on a beach you will never see. I sank into the couch cushions, half listening to the TV, half listening to the house. It is funny how quickly you start to build a mental map out of sounds. This is the fridge. This is the AC. This is the neighbor's car door. That, just now, is somebody's trash can lid. I don't know how long I sat like that before it happened. Long enough that my brain started to categorize everything as harmless background. Long enough that my guard had dropped all the way down. When the sound came, it did not fit any category. It was a single, heavy impact from the left-hand side of the house, the side that shared a wall with 1439. Not a creak, not a gentle knock, not the vague settling of wood on a foundation. It was a thud, deep, solid, like something big had hit the wall or the floor hard. The picture frame we had hung crooked earlier that day shivered. I saw it in my peripheral vision, the cheap glass flashing once in the TV light as it tilted and then settled. For a second, I thought it was part of the show. I reached for the remote anyway and thumbed the volume all the way down. The TV went silent. The actors' mouths kept moving. Police lights kept flashing, but there was no sound. The house itself seemed to lean in. The AC was between cycles. The fridge had just finished humming and hadn't started back up yet. The clock in the hallway ticked on, suddenly too loud. Then even that seemed to fade into the background. There was a strange, shallow quiet, the kind you only notice if you're already on edge. No traffic, no pipes, no distant dog barking. Just me, the muted flicker of the TV, and this sudden awareness of the space to my left, where drywall separated our living room from whatever room sat on the other side. I stood up without really deciding to. The cushions sighed. My bare feet sank into the carpet and made no noise as I crossed the few feet to the wall. The air felt cooler there, away from the TV's heat. Up close, the wall looked exactly like any other wall. Beige paint over textured drywall, a tiny chip near the baseboard where someone's vacuum had kissed it too hard. I reached out and laid my palm flat against it. It was cold. I held my breath and listened, pressing my ear inches from the spot my hand had warmed. Nothing. No footsteps. No voices. No repeat of the impact. Just the faint mechanical rumble of the fridge kicking back on in the kitchen behind me, relayed through wood and nails and plaster. For a moment, I pictured someone next door dropping a weight in a home gym, or knocking a piece of furniture into place, or slipping on a rug and catching themselves with a shoulder against the wall. All of those things made sense. All of them were perfectly normal. My heart didn't quite buy it. It was beating faster than it needed to for a fallen box. I stood there until my arm started to ache from holding it up. Then I pulled my hand back, wiped the dust off my palm onto my jeans, and forced myself to walk away. I told myself they probably just dropped something. A box, a chair, a workout weight. It was easier back then to let noises stay just noises. The first couple of weeks on Ridgeway Court settled into a rhythm so fast it felt like we had always lived there. Mornings started with the same soundtrack, the soft whine of a UPS truck grinding its way into the cul-de-sac, stopping at 3 or 4 houses, the lift gate squealing as boxes dropped to porches. The older man to our right rolled his trash cans down his driveway every Monday, the plastic wheels rattling over the seams in the concrete. Somewhere around 9, you could hear sprinklers start ticking in yards up and down the street, sending thin streams of water arcing across grass that was already too green for how little it rained. By the 3rd week, I could tell the time of day without looking at a clock, just by the noises. The mail truck's brakes sighed a certain way at 2 in the afternoon. Kids' voices rose and fell between 3:30 and 5. The distant hum of I-225 got a little louder around rush hour, then thinned out again as the sky went dark. Inside our house, the noises had settled too. The fridge had a cycle I could almost tap my foot to. Hum, click, silence. The AC unit upstairs kicked on about every 40 minutes, pushed a rush of air through the vents, then went quiet. The ceiling fan in the living room had a tiny squeak at the base of each rotation. It all blurred together into a kind of mechanical lullaby that let my brain drift when I had work to do. The wall to the left, the one we shared with 1439, was just part of that background most days. Sometimes there'd be a muted slam that I filed away as a cabinet door, or the muffled chime of a phone on vibrate. Once, early on, I heard what I was pretty sure was Lily laughing at something on TV. A sudden bright sound that made me smile without thinking. It was a Thursday night the first time that changed. It was one of those nights where work refuses to die, where emails keep coming in, even though the clock has rolled past business hours. Lauren had gone to bed early with a headache. She said the screen light was making her eyes burn. I stayed in the living room with my laptop, hunched over a half-finished reply to a client who couldn't decide what they wanted but knew they wanted it now. The TV was off. The only light in the room came from the lamp in the corner and the pale glow of my laptop screen. Outside, the yellow streetlight buzzed faintly. The kids were inside. The older couple's house was dark except for a nightlight in their hallway. It was around 11:30. Ridgeway Court was done for the day. The AC unit clicked and shut off mid-sentence. 1 second, the vent above me was whispering out cold air. The next, it was silent. That happens all the time, obviously. It is literally what it is supposed to do. But whenever it cuts off, there is this moment when you realize how much noise it had been making. A soft vacuum opens up, and every other sound in the house steps forward. That was when I heard them. At first, it was just a rise in volume on the other side of the wall. A man's voice, lower than my own but sharper, like each word was being flung instead of spoken. A woman's voice, higher, stretched tight over something like a frayed cord. The words themselves were blurred, more tone than content, an urgent rhythm of back and forth. I froze, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The laptop's fan whirred a little louder, and I snapped it shut without really thinking. The lamp in the corner suddenly felt too bright. The room shrank to the sound coming through the drywall. I turned my head toward the left wall and listened. Phone. The word cut through clearly, from Trevor, hard and flat. Then Lily. Don't, please. You think money. Just walk out. His voice climbed, then cracked on the last word. I couldn't catch it all. It was like listening to a conversation underwater. Every third or fourth word punching through the surface, while the rest stayed submerged. I heard, "You can't leave more than once." I heard something that might have been her, or them, or their, drawn out in a way that made my stomach tighten. The AC stayed off. The fridge, between cycles, said nothing. Even the clock in the hallway seemed to hesitate, its ticking subdued under those two voices grinding against each other. I found myself standing before I realized I had moved, the couch between me and the wall now. My bare feet sank into the carpet. There was maybe 10 feet of air and gypsum between me and them. The argument peaked in a sudden spike, both of them talking at once, Trevor's voice booming, Lily's breaking, and then came the sound that made my skin crawl. Something hit the wall. It was not as heavy as that first thud I had heard days earlier, but it was direct. A sharp bang against the shared surface, strong enough that the picture frame we had finally straightened shivered and tilted again. It had the flat sound of impact on drywall. If you have ever punched a wall in anger or watched someone do it, you know that noise. I flinched, every muscle in my body going tight. For half a second, I was sure I was going to hear the crack of bone or a scream, something that would erase any doubt about what was happening. Instead, there was a muffled clatter, like a chair tipping over or a lamp hitting the floor. Then Lily's voice, closer now, right in the seam of our two lives. "Stop! Trevor, stop!" She wasn't just higher pitched than him. There was a tremor in it you don't fake. I recognized it not from strangers shouting in the street, but from behind the locked bathroom door of the house I grew up in. Different people, different city, same quiver. I stood in the middle of our living room with my fists half clenched, eyes fixed on that blank stretch of beige paint. And all at once, I was 8 years old again, pressed into the corner of the hallway, while my father's voice crashed into my mother's and a dish exploded against a wall I couldn't see through. Back then, I learned how to make myself small and quiet and somewhere else in my head when grown-ups were mad. It is not a skill you want, but it sticks. Now, decades later, I felt it trying to switch on again. My brain whispered the same old lines. They're adults. It's not your business. They'll calm down. If it was really bad, someone else would step in. A heavier thump shook the wall, something larger hitting the floor. It could have been a chair knocked sideways. It could have been a body. I will never know for sure. The lamp in the corner buzzed quietly. My laptop, closed on the coffee table, glowed faintly around the edges. Outside, a car drove past the mouth of the cul-de-sac without turning in, the sweep of its headlights briefly blotting out the streetlight before moving on. I took one step toward the wall, then stopped. Another step would have put my palm flat against it again, like it had been the night of the first thud. Another step might have been picking up my phone and dialing 3 numbers. Instead, I backed away. My legs felt weak, my chest hollow. I sat down on the couch, then stood back up, then sat again. The argument on the other side of the wall was dropping in volume now, not because it was over, but because they were moving farther into their own house. Footsteps, the scrape of something being dragged, a door closing a little too hard. The words blurred again into shapes, into anger, into something that lived just out of reach. Eventually, the AC stuttered back to life with its usual click and rush of air, and the spell broke. The mechanical noise shoved everything else into the background. That thin, private drama on the other side of the drywall went underwater again. I don't know how long I sat there after that, staring at the black screen of the TV, listening to the AC, the fridge, the clock, and the absence of anything else. Long enough that the adrenaline drained out of my hands and left a low, guilty ache behind. When I finally did go to bed, Lauren rolled over to face me in the dark. "You heard that too, right?" she whispered. Her voice startled me more than the question. I had thought she was asleep. "The yelling?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "I woke up when something hit the wall. I thought the headboard was going to crack. What were they even screaming about?" I stared up at the ceiling, following the slow sweep of the fan blades and the faint light from the window. "Money, I think," I said. "Phones. I don't know. Relationship stuff." Lauren was quiet for a moment. Then, "Should we do anything?" It hung there between us. That word, anything. It meant call someone. It meant knock on a door. It meant step over a line you cannot unstep. In the dark, with the house humming like it always did, it suddenly felt like a very high line. "Every couple fights," I said, more to myself than to her. "We don't know what's going on. It's late. The last thing they need is us butting in." She shifted, the mattress creaking softly. "Yeah," she said finally, but there was zero conviction in it. "You're probably right." We both lay there after that, listening to the house breathe and the fan tick and the wall stay quiet. At some point, she fell asleep. I did too, eventually. In the morning, over coffee at the kitchen counter, Lauren said, "So, we're just pretending last night didn't happen?" I forced a laugh I did not feel. "It's not our business," I said. And we both chose to believe that, for a little while longer. The first time I saw all of Ridgeway Court at once was on a Saturday when the weather was too good to waste. It was one of those early summer afternoons where the heat hasn't turned mean yet. The sun was still high, the sky a washed-out blue, and somebody decided that meant it was time for a cul-de-sac barbecue. I do not know who started it. All I know is I heard the scrape of something heavy being dragged across concrete, then the faint crackle of a grill lighting, then classic rock bleeding faintly through the window. By 5 o'clock, the air on Ridgeway Court smelled like hamburgers, charcoal, and lighter fluid. Laughter bounced from house to house. Kids ran in zigzags between sprinkler arcs, their wet sneakers squeaking on the pavement. A can of soda rolled down the gentle slope of the street until a little boy stopped it with the side of his foot, grabbed it, and hurled it playfully at his friend. Lauren spotted it first through the living room window. "They're all out there," she said, peeking through the blinds. "Like a Hallmark movie. We can't hide inside forever." Almost on cue, there was a knock on our door. Not the careful 3-tap from the first time Trevor came over. This was looser, more casual. 2 quick knocks, and then the sound of someone shifting their weight, like they already knew we'd open. Trevor stood there in a different hoodie, this one gray, with some college logo half faded across the front, and a pair of cargo shorts. He had a beer in one hand and tongs in the other, already speckled with grease. "Hey, 1437, he said, grinning. "We're firing up the grill. A couple of us thought it'd be good to get everyone together, since the weather's decent and nobody's mowing right now. You two should come hang." Behind him, across the shared strip of grass, I could see the setup in their backyard. The fence between our houses was low enough that every yard bled into the next in your peripheral vision. Trevor had a basic gas grill shoved against the fence, the lid open and smoke rolling out in lazy gray ribbons. A wooden picnic table sat under a string of bulb lights that looped from his gutter to his neighbor's tree and back again. The bulbs weren't on yet, but they bobbed gently in the breeze like fat fireflies waiting their turn. "Let me grab some beers," I said. "We're not allowed to show up empty-handed, right?" "Bring yourselves," he said. "We've got the rest." We joined the little crowd filtering into his yard. The older couple from the other side were there, the husband in the same lawn chair he favored on his porch, now transported 3 yards over. A woman I didn't recognize from further up the street was passing out paper plates. Kids darted between legs and under the table, leaving wet footprints on the patio. Lily stood near the grill with a tray of burger buns and a bag of chips folded under one arm. She had her hair down this time, brown waves brushing the tops of her shoulders. She wore a short-sleeved blouse and jeans, nothing out of place, nothing that screamed for attention. "Hey," she said when we approached. Her smile was small, but it was there. "Smells amazing," Lauren said. "You guys really went full neighborhood committee with this." "That was mostly him," Lily said, tilting her head toward Trevor. "He likes projects. Gives him something to do between yelling at computers." Trevor snorted. "Listen, you try explaining to someone for the 3rd time where the power button is, and see if you don't need to stand over a grill and play caveman for a while," he said. "Anyway, I did my time in college. I know how to burn meat and call it dinner." He launched into a story then, some rambling tale about a house he and his friends rented off campus, the terrible landlord, the basement that flooded twice, the smell that never went away. Everyone chuckled at the right moments, the way you do when a neighbor is trying to be the funny guy at his own party. "These houses are old, but the basements are solid," he joked at one point, tapping the heel of his flip-flop on the concrete slab of the patio. "This place could probably fall down on top of us, and that foundation would still be sitting here like, 'What? That all you got?'" People laughed. I laughed too. It was such a nothing sentence at the time, a throwaway detail and a throwaway story. While he talked, Lily drifted to the edge of the group with me, Lauren was already sucked into a conversation with the older woman about where to find the cheapest groceries nearby. The kids had discovered a stash of sidewalk chalk and were drawing lopsided suns on the concrete. I took a sip of my beer and turned a little toward Lily. Up close, she looked more tired than she had at our door that first day. There were faint shadows under her eyes, the kind you get from fluorescent lights, and too many hours on your feet. "So," I said, trying to sound casual, "dental office must keep you busy." She rolled the neck of her bottle between her fingers, eyes on the smoke curling up from the grill. "Yeah," she said, "people don't stop needing root canals just because I'm tired." It was meant as a joke. There was even a tiny smile on her lips, but her eyes never joined in. They stayed fixed on the grill, reflecting the glow when Trevor lifted the lid to flip a row of patties. The light made her pupils look too small. "That's good, though," I said. "Steady work." "Steady," she echoed, and then added half under her breath, "I basically never get out, unless it's to come right back here." The way she said "here" landed wrong. Not angry, not exactly. More like she was describing a gravity she had not agreed to. She shifted her weight and set her beer down on the end of the picnic table. As she did, the sleeve of her blouse slid up a couple of inches. It was a small movement. Nobody else noticed. But the light from the lowering sun fell just right on the inside of her left wrist, and I saw it. A bruise, yellowing at the edges, purple still deep in the center, wrapped around the thin bones like someone had reached out and closed their fingers there and then, not let go. It wasn't the blotchy shape of bumping into a doorframe or hitting a counter. It was too clean, too round. Lily realized it at the same time I did. Her eyes flicked down, and she jerked her hand back, tugging the sleeve down with her fingers in one quick, practiced motion. She picked the beer up again and repositioned herself so the injured wrist was hidden behind the bottle. My mouth went dry. The talk and laughter around us suddenly felt like a recorded track someone had left playing. The sizzling of the grill, the clink of ice in a cooler, the scrape of a chair being dragged, all of it sounded far away. "You okay?" I heard myself say, and hated how small it sounded. She didn't look at me. Her gaze stayed somewhere just past my shoulder, where the string lights stretched unlit between the houses, waiting for dark. "Yeah," she said, "just clumsy. I hit it on a cabinet at work." The answer came too fast, too smooth, like she had rehearsed it. I made a noise that could have been agreement or just air leaving my lungs. For a moment, we stood in a pocket of silence inside the noise of the party. Two people pretending not to have seen the same thing. Then I felt it before I saw him. A hand landed on Lily's shoulder from behind. Not a gentle rest, but a firm placement. Fingers digging in just enough that I saw the fabric of her shirt shift. I hadn't heard Trevor step up. 1 second, it was just us and the grill and the chatter. The next, his presence was at her back, like he'd been there the entire time. "What are we talking about over here?" he asked, voice light, too light. His grip tightened once on her shoulder, a quick flex that would have looked like a squeeze to anyone not paying attention. Lily's sentence, whatever it was going to be, died. Her mouth closed. She lifted her beer with her other hand and took a long drink instead of answering. "Just work stuff," I said. "Dental office horrors." Trevor laughed, a short bark. "Oh yeah, terrifying stuff. You should hear some of the stories she brings home." People are animals when they think no one's looking in their mouths. He said it like a joke, but the way his fingers stayed spread over her shoulder, thumb close to the side of her neck, made my stomach twist. She didn't lean into the touch or away from it. She just froze. The sun dropped another inch, and someone finally plugged in the string lights. The bulbs hummed to life one by one, a soft chain of white glowing over our heads. Everyone around us oohed and awed like it was something magical instead of some cheap hardware store purchase. To them, it probably was magical. The lights made the backyard look like an advertisement. Warm, inviting, safe. They smoothed over the roughness of the fence, the cracks in the concrete, the stains on the table. They lit up Trevor's face as he turned back to the grill, highlighting his easy grin, the way he flipped burgers like he had done it 1,000 times. But from where I stood, those same lights did something else. They traced the line of Lily's arm, catching on the edge of her sleeve. And for a brief second, when she reached to take a paper plate from the stack, the fabric shifted just enough to expose a sliver of skin and the faint shadow of that bruise beneath it. The white bulbs overhead made the yellow and purple of it stand out sharper, like a trick of contrast. Everything else blurred. That mark did not. The smell of meat and charcoal suddenly seemed too thick. My beer went flat in my mouth. Somewhere behind me, a kid dropped a can of soda, and it hit the patio with a hollow clank before rolling away. I remember thinking how nice it all looked. I would tell myself later. The lights, the laughter, the neighbors. But in that moment, with the bruise hiding and revealing itself under the glow, the whole scene shifted by a few degrees. The yard didn't feel like a Hallmark card anymore. It felt like a stage, and I had just seen a piece of the set that wasn't meant for the audience. A few days after the barbecue, I decided the front gutter was going to fall off and kill us if I did not do something about it. It had been hanging at a weird angle since we moved in, one end sagging lower than the other. Every time it rained, water poured over that drooping corner in a thin waterfall that splashed mud against the siding. The property manager had made a vague promise to send someone out that never turned into an actual person, so I finally gave up waiting and told myself I could handle it. The problem was, our ladder was a sad 3-step folding thing that barely got you eye level with the top of the fridge. The gutter might as well have been on the moon. "Just ask Trevor," Lauren said, rinsing coffee mugs in the sink. "Didn't he say he has a garage full of crap we could borrow?" She was right. So after lunch, with the sky threatening one of those fast Colorado afternoon storms, I walked over and knocked on Trevor's door. He opened it almost immediately, still in sweatpants and a t-shirt, hair mussed like he'd just rolled out of bed or off a couch. The glow of a computer monitor spilled from somewhere behind him, painting a faint blue halo on the hallway wall. "Hey man," he said. "What's up?" "Sorry to bug you," I said. "I was wondering if I could borrow a ladder for a bit. Our gutter's doing this suicidal thing, and I'm trying to stop it before it takes someone out." Trevor smirked. "Yeah, I've seen it. Your place is sagging a little." "Story of my life," I said. He snorted. "Come on, I've got a couple in the garage. Take whichever one keeps you from breaking your neck. I gotta go send an angry email, but the door's open." He grabbed a set of keys from a hook inside, stepped past me, and walked down to the garage side door. It squealed a bit as he unlocked it and swung it open. "There you go," he said, gesturing me in. "Ladder's against the back wall. Help yourself. Just put it back when you're done." "Thanks," I said. He disappeared back into the house, bare feet slapping softly on the hardwood. I stepped into the garage of 1439 for the first time. Garages have a smell that you can't fake. It's part oil, part dust, part things that have been left alone too long. Trevor's had all of that, but there was something else under it. Bleach, maybe, or some kind of cleaner that had been used too generously in one spot and not at all in others. The concrete floor was cool under my shoes, stained here and there with dark patches where oil had seeped in over the years. The light overhead was a long, humming strip of neon, the cold white kind that makes everything look a little lifeless. It buzzed faintly, just enough to set my teeth on edge. On the left wall, pegboards held tools arranged in almost obsessive order. Wrenches hung in descending size. Screwdrivers were lined up with their handles color-coordinated. Coiled extension cords were hooked in perfect circles. It was the kind of neatness that either means someone is very organized or very bored, maybe both. Against the back wall stood two ladders, one shorter aluminum one and a taller, heavier fiberglass beast that looked like it had seen actual use. I started toward them, footsteps echoing more than they should have in the boxy space. Behind me, I heard Trevor's voice briefly from inside the house, raised in a half laugh at something on his screen, and then the muffled sound of a door closing. The garage and I were alone. It took me a second to realize there was another sound underneath the neon hum and the faint ringing in my ears from the sudden brightness. It was tiny at first. If I hadn't stopped moving, I might have missed it entirely. A faint metallic rattle, like a chain gently shaking somewhere below, followed by a soft, inexplicable groan, too low to be wind, too irregular to be pipes moving water in any normal way. I froze, one hand still outstretched toward the taller ladder. The sound came again, not louder, not closer, just there. A brief scrape, a rattling twitch, then silence. Then a few beats later, another. If it had been a continuous noise, I could have written it off as plumbing. If it had been rhythmic, I could have blamed the furnace. But it came in uneven bursts, like someone tugging on something heavy and metal in a frustrated rhythm. I turned slowly, scanning the corners of the garage. There was no visible grate, no obvious hatch. The only door, besides the one I'd come in through, was on the far right, the one that led into the house proper. Then my eyes landed on the space beneath the stairs. I hadn't really looked at the staircase when I came in. Just a plain set of steps leading up from the garage into the main floor, with a handrail and a bit of chipped paint along the edge. Now, standing still, my gaze dropped to the area directly underneath, where most houses either leave a hollow triangle of wasted space or build in a small storage closet. Here, there was a door. It was shorter than a regular door, maybe 5 feet high, so you'd have to duck to go through. The wood looked newer than the surrounding frame, a slightly different shade of white. A simple brass knob sat dead center where you'd expect it. What made it stand out wasn't the size or the color. It was the hardware bolted around it. There were 2 locks, a deadbolt above the knob, shiny and modern, the brass still bright, edges sharp, like it had been installed recently. And just above that, a heavy-duty latch, the kind you usually see on garden sheds or padlocked backyard gates. The latch was thrown, its metal arm hooked into place. There was no padlock on it at that moment, but the presence of it at all on an interior door made something in my brain stutter. Most basement doors open downward. They have a knob, maybe a child-proof cover, if the owners are cautious, and that's it. Locks, when they exist, are on the inside, meant to keep people out of the basement, not in it. Both of these locks were on the outside. I stepped a little closer, eyes adjusting to the shadows at the bottom of the stairs. The concrete in front of the door had scuffs I hadn't noticed when I walked in. A semicircle of faint, scratched arcs radiating outward, as if the door had been forced shut repeatedly against something, or something heavy had been dragged over that spot again and again. The sound came again then, softer than before, but unmistakable. A faint clink of metal on metal, followed by a stifled, throaty noise that could have been the settling of old pipes, or could have been, "Find it okay." Trevor's voice dropped into the garage from behind me, much closer than I had expected. I jerked and took 2 steps back from the door without meaning to, my heart slamming into my ribs so hard I felt it in my throat. He was standing halfway down the stairs, bare feet on the wooden treads, one hand on the railing. He wore a half smile, but his eyes were sharp, flicking from me to the locked door and back again. "Yeah," I said too quickly, gesturing vaguely toward the ladders. "I was just, reading the label on that paint can." There was a stack of paint cans against the wall to my left, leftover beige and primer with peeling stickers. My lie latched onto them like a drowning man to driftwood. Trevor's gaze lingered on me a second too long. Then he laughed, that same easy bark I'd heard at the barbecue, only this time it came out a little too hard, like it had been pushed. "Thrilling stuff, those labels," he said. "Don't worry, it's all just boring homeowner junk in here. Basement's a mess. No reason for anyone to go down there but me." He said it lightly, but he didn't move his hand off the railing. The way he stood on the stairs put his body between me and the small door, as if he'd stepped into that position without thinking, and as if he did think about it a lot. I forced myself to look away from the locks. "Got it," I said. "Didn't mean to snoop. Just didn't want to grab the wrong ladder and end up face first in the flower beds." Trevor's smile stretched a fraction wider. "Nah, you're good. Take the green one," he said, nodding toward the taller fiberglass ladder. "That one's solid. Just don't die. Paperwork's a nightmare." He came the rest of the way down the stairs, the wood creaking once under his weight. As he passed me, the smell hit me again. Oil and dust, and that faint, chemical-clean tang of something that had been scrubbed very hard, very recently. I picked up the green ladder, the fiberglass cool and slightly gritty under my hands. It was heavier than it looked. I focused on maneuvering it through the clutter without clipping anything, without giving myself an excuse to linger. "Thanks," I said over my shoulder as I reached the garage door. "I'll bring it back when I'm finished." "Take your time," Trevor said. "I'm not going anywhere." When I stepped back out into the daylight, the warmth and brightness felt wrong, like walking out of a refrigerator into the sun. Lauren waved from our front yard, hand shading her eyes, and I forced a grin, hoisting the ladder up like a prop. As I crossed the short strip of grass between our driveways, a sound floated after me from the dim space I had just left. A quick, sharp clack, like metal sliding into place. Not the garage lock, that was still hanging open on its hinge, but something smaller, more precise. Almost like a bolt being thrown, a latch being secured. I did not turn around to check. Later, up on the ladder, my hands tight on the rungs and my face inches from the warped metal of the gutter, I realized I could no longer hear the sounds of the street the way I used to. The sprinklers, the distant UPS truck, the kids, the traffic, all of it was still there. But now, every time the wind shifted, or a car door closed, or something knocked faintly from the left, my mind dragged that image back up from the bottom of the stack. The short, squat door under the stairs, the two locks on the outside, the scuffed concrete in front of it, the way the neon light made the deadbolt gleam like a wet eye. From that afternoon on, every noise that came from Trevor's house had to pass through that picture before it reached me. Lily disappeared on a Monday that looked like every other Monday on Ridgeway Court. I remember because I was half awake, standing in our kitchen with one hand on a chipped mug and the other on the blinds, doing the stupid little routine I'd fallen into without realizing it. Coffee, blinds, glance left. It had become as automatic as checking my phone. The coffee was still too hot. It burned my tongue a little when I took that first sip, bitter and sharp, but it did what it was supposed to do. Smoothed the edges of my vision, made the world feel less like it was holding its breath. I lifted the bottom slat of the blinds with 2 fingers and peeked out at the cul-de-sac. The street light at the center had already shut off for the day. The sky was pale and cloudless, that flat blue that promises heat by noon. A trash can lid clanged somewhere up the block, then rolled a short distance before someone grabbed it. A school bus rumbled past the mouth of the court without turning in. My eyes went to Trevor's driveway on autopilot. The Ford F-150 was there, parked in its usual spot closest to the garage. It had a thin sheen of dust on the hood, catching the early light. There was an oil stain darkening the concrete beneath it that I swear had grown since we moved in, a spreading shadow of whatever leaked from its undercarriage. What wasn't there was the silver Honda Civic. At first, I thought I'd just caught the wrong angle. I pushed the blinds up a little higher, letting more light and more of the view in. Our own reflection, faint and ghostly, hovered on the glass for a second, then disappeared as my brain adjusted and focused outside. The driveway next door was half empty. The rectangle of lighter concrete where the Civic usually sat stood out like a missing tooth in a smile. No compact car tucked neatly beside the truck. No glint of sun on a windshield. Just blank space. I watched that space longer than I meant to. There was nothing inherently strange about one of your neighbors leaving in their car before you're up. People have jobs, lives, errands. But ever since that night at the barbecue, ever since the glimpses of yellow and purple around Lily's wrist, I had started keeping a casual count of normal. Her car being there in the mornings had become part of that count. I let the blinds fall back into place, the plastic slats clacking together. Behind me, the fridge hummed. The AC rattled on and exhaled another breath of cool air. "Everything okay?" Lauren asked from the hallway. She was still in her t-shirt and pajama shorts, hair twisted up into a rough knot. "Yeah," I said, turning away from the window. "Just checking the weather." It was a flimsy excuse. The sky was clear enough that even half asleep you could tell it wasn't going to rain. But she didn't push it. She poured herself coffee, kissed my cheek, and started talking about some spreadsheet she had to finish before her boss's noon meeting. I tucked the image of the empty driveway away in the back of my mind, like a file you tell yourself you'll come back to later. Later came sooner than I expected. On Tuesday, I did the same thing. Mug in hand, blinds lifted, glance left. F-150 in its spot. Civic, still gone. Wednesday, same thing. Truck, empty concrete, no silver car. By Thursday, it was not a routine anymore. It was a compulsion. I started noticing other details. The way the trash cans at 1439 stayed exactly where they had been rolled back after last collection day, lids tightly shut, no new bags piled beside them. The way the curtains in their front window remained drawn, even in the middle of the afternoon. The way the porch light, set on a sensor, barely flickered at night because nobody was opening that door. Delivery vans came and went like always. An Amazon van stopped once on Wednesday, the driver dropping a package on Trevor's welcome mat and snapping a quick photo before jogging back to the van. The package sat there for most of the day, a bland cardboard rectangle in the center of their step, before disappearing sometime in the early evening. I never saw who opened the door to take it inside. What I did not see was Lily. No flash of brown hair rushing to a car in the morning. No glimpse of her in the front window, phone pressed to her ear. No soft wave from the porch when we pulled into our own driveway. The street had its own ways of letting you know who belonged where. At certain times of day, you could tell which neighbor was home just by the sound of their doors and engines. The older couple's sedan coughed twice before turning over. The father at the far end of the court slammed his truck door so hard the sound bounced all the way down to us. The Honda Civic had its own sound too. A gentle chime when the doors unlocked, the quick whine of a smaller engine, the quiet reverse out of the driveway. It was amazing how loud its absence felt. On Friday morning, Lauren stood next to me at the window, both of us holding coffee, like props. "You've noticed we haven't seen Lily, right?" she said, not taking her eyes off the left side of the view. "Or heard her car?" I kept my gaze on the empty spot. The concrete there was already losing the clean outline of where the tires used to rest. Shadows and dust were filling in the pale patch. "Yeah," I said, "I noticed." "Maybe she's visiting family," Lauren said. "Didn't she say she was from out of state? Kansas or something?" "I don't remember her saying," I replied. Although I did remember the way she'd said, "I basically never get out unless it's to come right back here." It didn't sound like someone with a rotating schedule of trips and vacations. "Could be a work thing," Lauren went on. "Dental conference, or training, or..." She trailed off, the excuses thinning out even as she made them. "Maybe," I said. It would have been easy to grab onto that explanation and wrap myself in it. Cars get sold. People take time off. Not everyone in a couple moves on visible tracks you can map from a kitchen window. But there was the bruise. There was the locked door under the stairs and the clack of a bolt sliding into place. There was the argument that had leaked through our wall like smoke, Trevor's voice cracking on, "You can't leave." Lily's voice breaking and bending around his. People disappear in small ways before they disappear in big ones. They stop laughing quite as loud. They cancel plans. Their car sits in the driveway more days than it doesn't. Sometimes, though, it happens the other way around. The big disappearance first, and you only see the small ones when you look back. "This is weird, right?" Lauren said finally, turning away from the window to look at me. "Tell me I'm not being dramatic." "It's different," I said. "She did say she almost never gets out. Now she's just gone. That's something." "Should we ask him?" she asked. She didn't have to say Trevor's name. We both knew who him was. I pictured opening his front door, the dark hallway behind him, the neat tools, the short, padlock-ready door under the stairs. I pictured asking, "Where's your wife?" and having him tilt his head just a little too far to the side before answering. "Maybe let's wait a day or two," I said. hating the way the words sounded even as they left my mouth. If it's a trip, we don't want to seem nosy. Lauren sighed, long and slow. I don't like how quiet it is over there now, she said, like the house is holding its breath. That was exactly how it felt. Ridgeway Court carried on. Kids still played in the street in the late afternoons, the thump of their basketball echoing off siding. Sprinklers still ticked on and off in the evenings. The UPS truck still sighed and groaned its way down the block. But the rhythm had a missing beat. At night, lying in bed with the window cracked, I would listen for the familiar sounds. The AC shutting off, the fridge cycling down, the distant wash of the highway. And in that tiny pocket of silence between the machines resting and starting again, another thought would slide in, uninvited, sharp as a paper cut. If she really left, why didn't we see her go? I thought of Lily's line again, the half joke that hadn't quite made it to laughter. I basically never get out, unless it's to come right back here. Now there was no coming right back. There was just absence, a car missing, a wrist I couldn't unsee, a door under the stairs that I had never seen open. The house next door hadn't gotten quieter. Not really. If anything, the quiet around it had a new weight. Like someone had turned the volume on the world down, just enough that you had to lean in to catch what was happening behind the walls. There is a special kind of guilt that comes from telling yourself you are overreacting while every piece of your body quietly disagrees. For a few days, after we noticed Lily's car was gone, I tried to talk myself down. People travel. People sell cars. People forget to tell their neighbors about every single detail of their lives. That is normal. But the other voice, the one that remembered the bruise and the arguments through drywall, the one that could still hear "you can't leave" in the middle of the night, would not shut up. Every time I walked past the front window, my eyes were dragged left to the empty half of Trevor's driveway. Every time I heard a door slam somewhere in the neighborhood, my brain played it back, asking, was that here? Was that next door? Was that her? By the end of the week, it felt like I had a stone sitting under my breastbone, pressing every time I took a deep breath. "You're going to make yourself sick," Lauren said one afternoon as I hovered behind the curtains like a nosy grandma. "Either go talk to him or let it go." That was the problem. I didn't know which one scared me more. If I went over there and asked, I risked turning into exactly the kind of neighbor I had always hated. The busybody, the street watchdog, the person who pretends to care for their own sake, not yours. And if nothing was wrong, if Lily really was just away helping a sick parent, then I would be the one bringing something dark into a perfectly explainable situation. But if I didn't go, then I was just the guy who listened to screaming through a wall and did nothing when one of the voices stopped. That thought gnawed at me harder than the fear of being nosy. It was a Tuesday when I finally decided. The day had been hot, one of those suffocating afternoons where the air sits heavy on the street. But by evening, the heat had broken just enough to let a breeze in. The sky was streaked orange and pink, and the cul-de-sac glowed with it. At around 8:15 p.m., I heard the Ford F-150's engine growl in the distance. A few seconds later, it rolled into the court, turned into 1439's driveway, and settled there with a familiar shudder. Headlights cut across our front window before shutting off. The garage door whined open, swallowed the truck, then rattled closed again. I stood in the hallway, and watched the digital clock on the microwave tick through 10 minutes. "Are you going?" Lauren asked quietly. "Yeah," I said, before I could talk myself out of it again. I'll just check in. Casual." "Be careful," she said, and that made me feel ridiculous. We were talking about going to ask a neighbor a question, not walking into a war zone. Still, it made something in my chest tighten anyway. By the time I stepped out onto our porch, the light had faded from orange to a soft blue-gray. The air smelled like someone down the block had just finished grilling. A single bird called from the top of a telephone pole, then went quiet. I walked across the small strip of grass that separated our houses and stepped onto Trevor's front path. As soon as my foot hit the concrete, a porch light above the door flashed on with a sharp click, flooding the entryway with harsh white light. I jumped. Motion sensor. I knew that. Had seen it blink on at random times before, but being under it made the reaction feel personal, like a spotlight snapping on over a stage. For a second, I considered turning around right there. Pretend I had just been cutting through, or looking for a dropped piece of mail. Anything but what I was actually doing. Instead, I swallowed, reached out, and pressed the doorbell. The chime sounded muffled, like it came from deep inside the house rather than from a nearby wall. Through the narrow strip of frosted glass in the door, I could see vague movement. A shadow crossing the hallway, then disappearing, then reappearing. Nobody came right away. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, suddenly hyper-aware of how quiet the street had gotten. Even the traffic from the highway seemed distant. The porch light hummed above me, attracting a single moth that bounced against the fixture in tiny, desperate taps. I counted to 30 in my head, then to 60. By the time 2 full minutes had ticked by, the paranoid part of my brain was already rewriting the scene. Trevor standing on the other side of the door, watching me through the peephole, deciding whether or not to let me in on whatever version of the truth he preferred. At almost the 3-minute mark, the deadbolt clacked and the door opened a hand's width, then wider. Trevor stood there in a white t-shirt and dark sweatpants. His hair was damp, as if he'd just run his hand underwater and pushed it back. There was a shine of sweat on his forehead, and the shirt clung to his chest in patches, smudged with something gray-brown that looked like dust or dirt. His breathing was a little too fast for someone who had just walked down a hallway. "Hey man," he said. The smile arrived a second later, like he'd remembered he was supposed to put it on. "What's up?" A smell drifted past him, faint but distinct. Under the general house scent, cooked food, detergent, the stale tang of closed windows, there was a sharper note, bleach. Not overpowering, but recent, the way a sink smells after someone has scrubbed it and not rinsed all the way. "Sorry to bother you," I said, hearing how stiff my own voice sounded. "I just, we haven't seen Lily around in a while, and her car's gone. We wanted to make sure everything's okay." For a split second, something in his face flickered. His eyes darted not to my face, but to the left, toward the interior of the house, as if checking whether something else had heard me. Then the smile snapped back into place, wider this time. "Oh," he said. Yeah, no, it's fine. She had to go back to Kansas." He said it like he was pulling the words out of a hat and hoping they looked like a rabbit. "Kansas?" I repeated. "Her mom," he said quickly, nodding. His gaze dropped to the floor between us, then jerked back up. "Her mom had a stroke, out of nowhere. They needed her out there, to help with stuff. Doctors, paperwork, that sort of thing. He shrugged, but it was too sharp to be casual. The collar of his shirt shifted, and for a moment I could see a faint red line running along the base of his throat, disappearing under the fabric. "She'll be gone. A while," he added. "Could be weeks, maybe longer. We're still figuring it out." The story was reasonable. People's parents get sick all the time. Emergency trips happen. And yet, something about the way he delivered it made it sound like a script he had found and was trying to read from memory. I nodded slowly. "Sorry to hear that," I said. "Must be rough." "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, it's been rough." I glanced over his shoulder. The hallway behind him was dim, lit only by a small lamp somewhere deeper in the house. I could see the edge of a framed picture on the wall, the corner of a table with a pile of unopened mail. The air felt heavy, somehow, like the kind of thickness that comes after someone has been cleaning too hard. "And her car?" I asked before I could stop myself. "We noticed the Civic's gone too." He didn't hesitate this time. "Sold it," he said. "No point paying for insurance on a car nobody's driving, right? Flights are cheaper than gas these days anyway." He laughed once, short and flat. "She can get a new one when she's back." The words didn't sit right, but on paper, they made sense. If I wrote them down and showed them to a stranger, they'd probably shrug and say, "Seems legit." As Trevor talked, I became aware of another sound in the background, the murmur of a television from somewhere upstairs. A sitcom, maybe, or the tail end of a commercial. The volume was up higher than I would have kept it, voices rolling and breaking on the staircase. Then, without warning, the noise cut off. Not faded down, not replaced with music. Just stopped. The way a TV does when someone hits the power button instead of the remote. For a heartbeat, the whole house seemed to exhale. The porch light hummed. My own pulse thudded in my ears. In that sudden slice of silence, something else slipped through from deeper inside. A faint, metallic sound, like a loose chain brushing against steel, or the edge of something hard contacting something hollow. It was there and gone so fast, I almost could have convinced myself I'd imagined it. Trevor's eyes flicked over his shoulder toward the darkness at the end of the hall, then back to me. His smile thinned. "You, need anything else?" he asked. "I've got a Zoom thing I'm late for." I knew in that moment that the story about Kansas was a lie. Maybe there was a sick mom somewhere, maybe not. But the details didn't matter as much as the way his shoulders tensed when he said "stoke," the way his gaze kept being dragged inward, the way the bleach smell clung to the air like something that had not finished drying. I also knew that I wasn't going to challenge him. Not there. Not then. Not with whatever had made that metallic sound still echoing in my head. "No," I said, forcing my mouth into what I hoped passed for a neighborly smile. "We just wanted to check in. Let us know if you need anything. Seriously." He nodded, his hand tightening on the edge of the door. "Yeah," he said. "I appreciate it." For a moment, we just looked at each other. The porch light threw sharp shadows across his face, hollowing his eyes, deepening the lines around his mouth. It struck me that I was standing 3 feet from a man whose wife had vanished from the street's daily life, and I didn't really know him at all. "Take it easy, 1437, he said finally. Then he closed the door. As I stepped back onto the path, the motion sensor timed out, and the porch light snapped off, plunging me into the bluish dusk. The contrast made the hairs on my arms stand up. I walked back to our house, every footstep sounding too loud. "How was it?" Lauren asked when I came inside. "He says she went back to Kansas," I said. "Her mom had a stroke. He sold the car." She stared at me, waiting for the part that made it okay. It didn't come. "And you believe him?" she asked. I thought of the sweat on his forehead, the dirt on his shirt, the faint sting of bleach in my nose, the way the TV had cut off in the middle of a sentence. "I don't know," I admitted, "but that's the story." That night, when the AC shut off and the house dropped into its usual second of silence, it felt different. The quiet was not empty anymore. It was crowded with things unsaid, a pressure in the walls I couldn't name. Trevor had given me an explanation. My brain could write it down and file it under normal life. But my ears, and something deeper under my ribs, had started to disagree. It was a few nights after the conversation at Trevor's door that everything I had been trying to file under coincidence stopped fitting in the folder. I remember the time because I checked the clock twice, once before and once after. 12:40 a.m. It is one of those hours where the day feels dead and the next one has not quite decided to start. Lauren had gone to bed early again. She had work in the morning, meetings and reports, and all the normal things that still existed outside of the narrow world I had built between our house and Trevor's. She fell asleep fast, the way she always did when she was exhausted, on her side, facing away from me, one hand tucked under her pillow, her breathing evening out within minutes. I stayed awake longer, staring at my phone until the words blurred, then putting it down and staring at nothing. The room was washed in faint light from the street outside, the blinds casting thin stripes across the ceiling. The clock on the nightstand glowed soft green numbers: 12:37, 12:38, 12:39. I was sitting up against the headboard, my back resting against the wall we shared with 1439. The left wall. The wall with the arguments and the muffled crashes and the locked door under the stairs on the other side of it. It is strange how comforting a solid surface can feel, even when it scares you. The cool assurance of it behind my shoulders was better than the empty air on the other side of the bed. I told myself I was just getting comfortable, that I wasn't pressing myself closer to the sounds I claimed I didn't want to hear. The AC was on, blowing a steady stream of cool air through the vent above the closet. It had a pattern now that I knew by heart. Start with a click, build to a hum, level out into a soft, constant rush. Downstairs, I could hear the fridge in the kitchen doing its own version of the same thing. A low electric rumble filtered up through the bones of the house. The world outside had gone quiet hours ago. No more distant basketballs, no more UPS trucks, no more idle small talk floating up from the street. Just the dull roar of the highway far off, like the ocean in a seashell. I lay there, listening to the mechanical heartbeat of our house, and did that thing I always do when I start to drift. Not quite sleep, not quite awake, where my thoughts lose their edges and everything becomes a little softer. Then the AC clicked off. The air stopped moving. The hum died. The vent gave one last sigh, then fell silent. Almost in sync, the fridge downstairs finished its cycle and clicked off too. The faint whine of its compressor wound down and vanished. The effect was immediate and physical. My ears, so used to that layer of sound, strained into the emptiness. The room felt like it had been sealed in glass. Even Lauren's breathing seemed to dim, like she had been turned down along with everything else. It was that bubble again. That 1 second pause where the house holds its breath between machines. The thin seam of pure quiet that I had started to notice more and more. Only this time, it did not feel like the absence of noise. It felt like waiting. In that hush, somewhere inside the wall my spine was pressed against, I heard it. At first, it was so faint I thought it might be my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. A tiny stutter of sound, then a break, then another. But it kept going, uneven, strained. It sounded like someone trying not to cry, not a dramatic sob, not movie tears. It was smaller than that. A choked-in breath, a swallowed hiccup, a nose being quietly snuffled. The kind of crying you do when you are terrified someone will hear you, and you cannot stop anyway. Every hair on my arm stood up. I slid down the headboard without meaning to, turning so that my shoulder, then my ear, were closer to the wall. The mattress creaked softly. Lauren didn't stir. I held my breath, afraid that even the sound of my lungs would drown it out. The crying went on, muffled by wood and insulation, and whatever else sat between us. But now that I was listening for it, I could hear the texture in it. Little broken gasps, the shaky exhale after someone tries to swallow a sob and fails. It was not rhythmic. It was the opposite of controlled. Underneath it, faint and distant, there was another sound. Soft, slow impacts on a hard surface. Footsteps. Not the quiet thud of bare feet on carpet, but the sharper, hollow contact of soles on concrete. One step. A pause. Another. A scuff, like someone's shoe dragging slightly. Another pause. It was coming from below, not level with our room, but somewhere deeper in the house next door. Somewhere that matched the placement of the basement door I had seen under Trevor's stairs. I slid off the bed, without thinking, moving carefully, gently, until I was kneeling on the floor, beside it, my ear pressed full against the wall now. The drywall was cool against my skin. The crying grew a fraction clearer, though still clogged with whatever was between us. It had the warped, distant quality of a cassette tape, recorded too low and played through cheap speakers in another room. But there was no mistaking the shape of it now. And then I heard her voice. Just a few words, murmured so low I could not make them out individually. But the cadence, the pitch, the way her breath caught on certain syllables, it was like hearing a song you know played through static. It was Lily. Or at least it was the same voice that had said, I basically never get out unless it's to come right back here, with that sad half-joke in Trevor's backyard. The same voice that had said, hi, welcome to the street, on our doorstep, small and careful. The same voice that had snapped off in the middle of a sentence when Trevor's hand landed on her shoulder. Now it was stripped of all pretense, shaking on each little fragment of sound. My brain revolted. It tried, in a panic, to line up facts like sandbags against a flood. She's in Kansas. Her mom had a stroke. He sold the car. She's gone. She's not here. She can't be here. But my ears knew better. They hadn't been given the script about Kansas. They only knew what was pressed against them in that moment. A woman's voice, broken and low, leaking through plaster and 2x4s, and God knows what else from a place she wasn't supposed to be. The footsteps on concrete shifted. There was a soft scrape, like someone sitting down or sliding their back along a wall. The crying hitched and then went quiet. Not gone, exactly, but compacted into breathing that was too fast, too shallow. I don't know how long I stayed like that, on my knees beside the bed, cheek against the drywall, listening to almost nothing. long enough for the AC to think about turning back on, long enough for my own breathing to become a problem. Too loud, too present, so I had to clamp a hand over my mouth. Then the vent above us clicked and roared softly to life again. The sound of air rushing back into the room drowned everything else. The fridge downstairs kicked in, its hum filling the bottom of my hearing. The cheap plastic blinds on the window rattled almost imperceptibly in the renewed draft. The bubble popped. Whatever fragile thread had connected me to that other space, that other person, dissolved under the weight of the house waking back up. I jerked away from the wall like it had burned me and landed hard on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped and Lauren stirred, rolling slightly toward me with a sleepy murmur. "You okay?" she mumbled, voice thick with sleep. My heart was stuttering against my ribs. My mouth felt dry as dust. I stared at the wall, at the place where my face had just been pressed, half expecting to see it throb with the echo of what I'd heard. "Yeah," I said, forcing the word up through a throat that wanted to stay closed. "Just the house settling. Thought I heard something." She made a soft, non-committal noise and rolled back to her original position. Within seconds, her breathing evened out again. I sat there on the edge of the bed for a long time, staring at the dark line where the wall met the floor, listening to the AC and the fridge and the small, ordinary noises of our safe little rental. Every now and then, a car passed on the main road, its lights dragging briefly across our ceiling. Kansas. Basement. Wrist. Locked door. Bruise. You can't leave. Empty driveway. Bleach. The metallic clink I had heard in Trevor's house when the TV cut off. And now this. Tears and footsteps on concrete, and a voice that absolutely, without question, should have been several states away. If I am honest with you, and what is the point of sending this in if I'm not? That was the first moment I knew, deep in my chest, that something was wrong enough to call the police. Wrong enough that if I didn't call, it would be a choice, not an oversight. I still waited. I still told myself there were 100 reasonable explanations. Old pipes, a radio, a bad dream I'd half slipped into with my eyes open, an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror podcasts. I still tried to explain it away because the alternative meant admitting that there was a woman crying in a concrete room next door, and I was kneeling on the other side of the wall, doing nothing. I moved out of that house eventually. I left Ridgeway Court, left the cul-de-sac, left the locked door under the stairs and the driveway that swallowed Lily's car. But I did not really leave that night. Even now, in this new apartment across town, sometimes the AC shuts off and the fridge takes a breath at the same time, and there is that thin, unnatural second where everything in the room goes still. And in that silence, if I let myself listen too hard, I still hear it. That muffled crying pressed into the bones of a wall that is hundreds of miles and 3 years away, waiting for me to do something I didn't do. There is a point where a house stops being a place you live in and becomes something you live with. It sounds like a small difference, but it is not. Living in a house is furniture and paint and rent checks. Living with a house is learning its moods, its patterns, its little betrayals. It is knowing the exact second the AC will cut off, not because you read the manual, but because your body has started to anticipate the change in the air. By the time Lily was in Kansas, I wasn't just living in 1437 Ridgeway Court anymore. I was living with it, and more specifically, with the wall on the left side of our bedroom. I started noticing things I would never have cared about anywhere else. The way the neighbor across the street slammed his truck door at almost the exact same time every weeknight, between 10:15 and 10:20, when he got home from some late shift. The single hollow boom of his door closing would ripple up the block, hit our siding, and sort of roll along it like a wave, the way the ice maker in our freezer chose the absolute quietest moments to dump fresh cubes into its tray. A sudden, violent clatter in the middle of a silence that had just turned comfortable, the way I could tell, by sound alone, when the older couple's sprinkler timer clicked on 2 houses over, even if the windows were closed. Most people would hear those things once and then forget them. My brain refused to let them go. It started tracking them automatically, building a mental calendar out of noises. This goes here. That follows that. This always happens after that. And in between all of that lived the moments that really mattered to me. The tiny, fragile seconds when nothing happened. It was like this. The AC would click on, run its cycle, then cut off. The fridge would hum, then quiet. The ice maker would clatter, then rest. Doors would slam and not slam. Cars would come and go. And then, every so often, everything would line up. The machines taking a break at the same time, the neighbors already inside, the street outside holding its breath, and the house would slip into that soft, unnatural vacuum. All quiet. I started counting them. It wasn't conscious at first. I would be lying in bed, and the AC would die off, and I would notice that the fridge wasn't talking either, and I would count 1, 2, 3 in my head until some other sound broke the spell. Then the next night, I did it again, and again, and again. 1, 2, 3, 4. The ice maker. Start over. 1, 2. The highway swell. Start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The AC kicks back on. Start over. It became a compulsion. I could be half asleep, and as soon as the vent above us went quiet, my mind would snap back to full attention without asking my permission. Because those were the windows where the wall talked, or, more accurately, where something behind the wall talked and cried and moved with slow, concrete steps that shouldn't have belonged to anyone if you believed the story about Kansas. Some nights, there was nothing, just clean silence, broken only by the faint rustle of Lauren shifting in her sleep. On those nights, I would exhale and tell myself I was healing from a paranoia I'd invented. I would pretend that the quiet meant safe, not waiting. Other nights, there would be small noises that could be anything. A dull impact that might be a box being set down. A scrape that might be furniture shifting. A sniff or a gasp that might be the house settling or the wind sneaking under a gap somewhere. Those were the nights that kept me awake the longest. "You're doing it again?" Lauren said one evening, propped up on her pillow, watching me instead of the movie playing on the bedroom TV. I had the remote in my hand, but my head was turned toward the left, listening. "Doing what?" I asked, even though I knew. "You're counting," she said. "I can tell. You get this look on your face, like you're trying to see through the wall." I forced my gaze back to the screen. Two actors were arguing about something that felt insultingly simple compared to the conversations leaking through our drywall some nights. "I'm just making sure everything's okay," I said. "Everything is okay," she said, but the way she said it made it sound like she was trying to convince herself too. You can't keep living with one ear glued to the neighbors. It's not healthy. You're obsessed." She didn't say it lightly. That word landed between us with the weight of diagnosis. "I'm not obsessed," I lied. I hear things." "Yeah," she said, sitting up. "Me too. I hear people fight, and then I don't hear them for a few days, and then I hear them again, and I try not to build a crime drama out of it because I'm not the main character in their life." She wasn't being cruel. She was tired. The dark circles under her eyes had started to match Lily's from those last weeks. Only with Lauren, it was not because of whatever was happening behind a locked door. It was because she was sharing a bed with someone who woke up at every creak and rattled like a tuning fork. "You're not sleeping," she added more softly. "You jump every time the AC stops. You flinch when the ice drops. You barely even watch TV anymore. You just listen." I didn't have a good answer for that, because she was right. She lasted maybe another week before she bought earplugs. The first night she wore them, she made a show of it, rolling the foam between her fingers, laughing about how sexy it was going to be, then popping them in and giving me a thumbs up like we were doing a bit. But as she lay down and turned away from me, I saw the way her shoulders sagged in relief, the way she relaxed instantly, cut off from the faint crashes and muffled voices and my constant shifting beside her. After that, when something thudded faintly from the left, or an argument flared up through the drywall, she didn't stir. Her world had been turned down to a comforting blur. Mine had been turned up to 11. The wall became my problem alone. It is amazing how loud a house can be when you start cataloging it. The AC duct would ping sometimes as it cooled, a tiny metallic tick that used to blend into the rush of air and now stood out like a drip in a leaky faucet. The fridge kicked a little harder when it cycled on, making the cabinet above it shiver. The water heater in the little closet off the hallway would groan late at night, expanding and contracting as its temperature fluctuated. And then there was Trevor's side. Some nights, it was almost peaceful. No shouting, no heavy impacts, no oaths thrown like bricks, just the gentle rise and fall of a TV somewhere, the occasional flush of a toilet, normal human movements. Other nights, it was like our houses were sharing a pulse. There were times, near 2 or 3 in the morning, when I'd wake up for no reason and find the bedroom washed in a low, unnatural glow. If I slid out of bed, careful not to disturb Lauren, and peered through the slats of the blinds, I could see a thin strip of light leaking from under the side door of Trevor's garage and from a small high window set into the basement wall on his side. It wasn't the soft yellow of a lamp or the blue of a TV. It was harsher, whiter, like the fluorescent tube in his garage I'd seen that day with the ladder, or the bare bulbs people hang in unfinished basements. At that hour, the rest of the cul-de-sac was dark. Every porch light off, every living room window blank. Only 1439 glowed at the seams, like something in there refused to go to sleep. On some of those nights, if I stood very still in our kitchen with the lights off, I could hear things through the floor more than the walls. The scrape of something heavy being dragged a short distance and then dropped. The dull bang of metal on concrete. Once, distinctly, the hollow clank of what sounded like a chain being shaken out and then reeled back in. If I heard it in a movie, I would have called it cheesy, too on the nose, too basement horror cliche. Hearing it in the quiet churn of real life at 2:47 in the morning while your wife sleeps 12 feet away with orange foam in her ears so she doesn't dream of bruises and walls and locked doors. That's different. One night, I caught a glimpse of Trevor himself in that light. I had gotten up to use the bathroom and made the mistake of looking through the window. The side door of his garage was cracked open, spilling that cold white glow onto his driveway. In the slice of illumination, I saw him step out onto the concrete. He was in a t-shirt and sweatpants again, bare feet. His hair was damp, sticking to his forehead. He carried something long and thin in one hand, a length of pipe maybe, or a crowbar. I couldn't quite tell from the angle. He walked a few steps onto the driveway, looked up and down the sleeping cul-de-sac, then turned back inside and shut the door behind him. The light under the door remained. The one in the basement window stayed on too. Back in bed, I lay on my side facing the wall, eyes open in the dark, and listened. AC off, fridge off, the tiny tick of the clock on Lauren's nightstand. And somewhere beneath us, under concrete and insulation and the neat lines of his pegboard, something moved. I started to realize that the wall was not just a barrier. It was a translator. It took whatever was happening on the other side, raised voices, dragging sounds, the clink of metal, the almost crying, and turned it into vibrations, into pressure, into a kind of Morse code I had no key for, but could not stop trying to decode. Living with that every night does something to you. It wears grooves in your thoughts. It makes you brace for noises that might not come. It makes you feel crazy in the quiet and worse when you hear something real. Lauren thought I was obsessed with the neighbors. She wasn't wrong. But it felt less like an obsession with them, and more like I was being held hostage by a frequency I hadn't asked to tune into. When you know, or think you know, that someone is crying behind a locked door 10 feet from where you sleep, it's hard to pretend their house is just another piece of the scenery. And the worst part was, I still hadn't done the one simple thing that could have cut through all of it. I hadn't picked up the phone. The night everything sharpened into something I can never unsay started like every other bad night on Ridgeway Court, with me not sleeping and pretending that I might. It was around 1:20 in the morning. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed that sickly green, the colon between the numbers blinking with steady indifference. Lauren was out, turned away from me, facing the bedroom door. A loose strand of hair had fallen across her cheek. With the earplugs in, she did not stir when I shifted. I was on my side, facing the wall. The left wall. Their wall. The ceiling fan was doing its slow, lazy rotations above us, each blade cutting through the air with a soft whoop, whoop, whoop. It had become almost hypnotic on nights like that. I would stare at the shadows it threw across the ceiling and count those instead of sheep. Down the hall, somewhere near the thermostat, I heard the first hint that the AC was about to clock out, that little change in pitch. The way the hum of it hesitated like a car rolling up to a stop sign. A second later, there was the familiar click, and the vent above our closet went from a steady hiss of cold air to dead quiet. I watched the curtains by the window fall still. Under our feet, the fridge in the kitchen hummed on a beat of its own. It had a cycle I could chart in my sleep now. Low, steady vibration, then a soft clunk as the motor disengaged. This time, as if the house had synchronized just to mess with me, the fridge hit that clunk almost exactly 3 seconds after the AC went out. The background noise bled away, layer by layer. The faint whoosh of air through the ducts, gone. The low hum under the floorboards. Gone. Outside, beyond the cul-de-sac, traffic on I-225 dipped for a moment, the constant far-off white noise thinning to a distant shiver. The fan kept turning, but even that seemed to mute itself, as if the house had decided that everything needed to quiet down at once. You don't realize how loud normal is until it is stripped away like that. The silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt hollow, artificial, like we were inside a jar and somebody had just screwed the lid on. My brain, traitorous thing that it is, did what it had been trained to do. It started counting. 1, 2, 3. By 4, my ears were straining so hard it hurt. The wall in front of my face, just inches away, seemed to pulse with my heartbeat. I could feel my own blood in my neck, loud and hot. And then, in that thin, perfect seam of quiet, I heard her. Please, somebody, please. It wasn't faint. It wasn't a maybe. It wasn't the vague shape of words that my mind filled in because it wanted to. It was clear. The syllables dragged out through drywall and insulation, but still whole enough to recognize. A woman's voice, cracked and raw, right there, where the wall met my pillow. Please, somebody, please. The second please broke in the middle, like her throat had given out. The words were soaked in panic, but they weren't screamed. They were pushed, hard, desperate, like she was trying to get them under a door instead of through it. My whole body locked. It felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine. My hands went numb at the same time my heart tried to climb out of my chest. I could hear it thudding against my ribs. Could feel it. A dull drumbeat that suddenly seemed too loud, like it might drown her out if I wasn't careful. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. For one suspended instant, everything, the fan, the clock, the dark, hung on that voice. And then something hit metal. The sound slammed through the wall hard enough that I recoiled, my shoulders smacking into the headboard. It wasn't drywall this time. It was the sharp, ringing crash of something striking a metal surface. Once, twice, 3 times. Like a fist or a boot driving into a door made of steel. The impact shivered through the floor, up the studs, into the bed frame. The picture in the hallway rattled faintly on its nail. I knew, without having to think about it, where that metal was. The door under the stairs. Before my brain could reorient around that, another voice cut through. This one was lower, farther away, but still thick enough with rage that it seemed to fill the corners of the room. I said, "Stay down." Trevor. No doubt. His shout rose up from somewhere below, and to the left, deeper than the main floor, not level with our bedroom. It had that basement echo to it, the way sound bounces off concrete and low ceilings, warping just a little. It wasn't the everyday annoyed voice of someone arguing about bills or chores. It was something else. A blunt weapon of a sound, swung as hard as he could. There was a second crash against the metal, then a muffled thud, like something or someone hitting the floor. The kind of impact that knocks the breath out of you. My vision tunneled. My fingers dug involuntarily into the sheets. I was sure, absolutely sure, that if I touched the wall again, I would feel it vibrating with the force of it all. Lauren jerked beside me, half rolling onto her back. Her hand went immediately to one ear, rubbing at the foam plug like it itched. "What was that?" she mumbled, voice thick with sleep and something sharper underneath. Even with her ears blocked, the combination of crash and shout had punched through. I turned my head toward her, but my eyes stayed locked on the wall. The darkness there seemed to press closer, heavy with the knowledge that, for the first time, there had been no way to lie to myself about what I'd heard. Maybe the heater, I said. The excuse crawled out of my throat, small and pathetic. It didn't sound even remotely convincing. Not to her, not to me, not to the space between us that still hummed with the echo of "Stay down." "The heater?" she repeated, not buying it for even a second. "Or pipes," I added weakly. "I don't know. Old houses do weird stuff." Her eyes lingered on my face in the semi-dark, searching for something I couldn't give her. Proof that everything was fine, that we weren't sleeping 10 feet above someone else's private hell. After a moment, she sighed and rolled back over, shoulders tense under the blanket. "Whatever it was, I don't want to know," she said quietly. The fan kept turning. The AC stayed off, as if the unit itself was afraid to make noise. The fridge, on its own inscrutable schedule, held its silence. Outside, a lone car passed on the main road, its sound faint and utterly irrelevant. The house felt like it was holding its breath again. Only this time, it wasn't just the machines. It was me. I wish I could tell you that I got up then. I wish I could say that I slid out of bed, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 with shaking hands. That I told the dispatcher, "My neighbor said his wife is out of state, but I can hear her screaming in his basement, and he's yelling at her to stay down. And there are metal crashes, and please, please send someone now." I wish I could say I was the kind of person who heard, "Please, somebody, please," and decided that person was talking to me. But I didn't. I lay there, on my side, staring at the wall until my eyes blurred and burned. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept waiting for another sound, another plea, another slam, footsteps, something, to push me over whatever invisible line I was pressed against. Nothing else came. Eventually, the AC clicked back on. The vent exhaled a long, cool breath, and the white noise hum flushed everything else away. The fridge followed suit, chugging to life with a reassuring clatter. The ceiling fans whoop, 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 folded neatly back into the background. The second of silence ended. But it didn't really. Not for me. I lay there, fully awake, long after Lauren's breathing evened out again. My phone sat on the nightstand, 3 inches from my hand, its black screen reflecting a faint ghost of my face. All I had to do was reach for it. I didn't. I told myself, again, all the lies I knew by heart. Old pipes, TV downstairs, a nightmare half felt. The weird way sound traveled through these old houses. Maybe somebody dropped something. Maybe he was yelling at the TV. Maybe. Underneath all of that, quieter but infinitely more solid, was the truth I refused to move on. I had just heard a woman beg for somebody, anybody, and then the man next door roar at her to stay down, followed by the sound of metal taking a beating. If you want to know the worst part, it isn't that he said, "Stay down." It's that the wall begged me to listen first, and I still did nothing. I did not sleep after that. I lay there, on my side, facing the wall, until the shapes in the dark started to crawl. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the words instead of the room. "Please, somebody, please," stretched thin over concrete, followed by the crash of metal and Trevor's voice tearing up through the floor. At some point, I stopped pretending I might drift off and just sat up. Lauren had rolled away again, the blanket pulled up to her shoulders. In the dim light from the window, I could see the soft rise and fall of her back. She looked like someone in a painting, peaceful, untouched. That image made everything worse. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat at the edge, my feet flat on the carpet. The clock glowed, 1:43, then 2:07, then 2:29. Time got weird, stretching and snapping back like a rubber band. My phone sat on the nightstand. It might as well have been a live animal for how wary I felt about touching it. Eventually, I picked it up. The screen burned my eyes for a second, too bright in the darkness. I turned the brightness down until it was a low, cold glow. My thumb hovered over the keypad. I didn't even have to think about the numbers. They're burned into you from childhood. 9, 1. My thumb hovered over the last one. I could see it so clearly in my head. The call connecting, the dispatcher asking, 911, what's your emergency? And me saying something that sounded insane out loud. Hi. My neighbor told me his wife left the state, but I just heard a woman begging through the wall. Also, there was metal and yelling. Also, I have no proof. Also, maybe I imagined it. Also, maybe I'm just the weird guy on the block who watches too many horror videos online. I pictured cops showing up, knocking on Trevor's door, him opening it with that practiced smile, wiping his hands on a towel. My wife's in Kansas, he'd say. My neighbor's just hearing the pipes. You know how these walls are. Thin as paper, I imagined the look they'd give me afterward. The polite, tired one. The one that says, "You wasted our time." My thumb backed away from the screen. I sat there until my arms started to ache from holding the phone. Then I locked it, set it back on the nightstand, and pressed my palms into my eyes until I saw sparks. At 2:38, I picked it up again. This time, I didn't even hesitate on the first two numbers. 9, 1. The third one came out almost by accident. My thumb brushed it before my brain could intercept. The screen changed. The call screen popped up, emergency call glowing at the top. For half a second, I heard a faint tone in my ear, the sound of the network catching on. My whole body went cold. I hit end like the phone had burned me. The call dropped before anyone answered. The silence after the canceled ring felt heavier than any noise I'd heard from the wall. I stared at the log. 1 outgoing emergency call. Duration, 0 seconds. I don't know why that scared me more than anything I had heard that night. Maybe because it proved something about me I didn't want to see. I put the phone down again. This time, I slid it under the edge of the pillow, like hiding it could undo what I almost did. The clock crept toward 3. The AC cycled on and off. The fridge resumed its usual rhythm. The house pretended nothing had happened. I didn't close my eyes until the first pale line of dawn started to show at the seam of the blinds. When I finally did, it wasn't sleep so much as shutting down. My head stopped replaying the same 12 seconds of sound for just long enough to let me drift into a shallow, ugly doze. The alarm went off at 7 like none of it mattered. Lauren moved first, smacking at her phone until the ringing stopped. She sat up slowly, stretching her arms over her head, yawning. The earplugs were still in, bright orange against her dark hair. "You look like hell," she said gently when she turned and saw my face. "Feel like it," I said. We shuffled to the kitchen and went through the morning motions in this weird, automatic way. Mug, coffee, fridge, toaster, cupboard. The normal morning soundtrack played. The coffee maker gurgling, the bread popping up, the faint, distant bark of a dog 2 streets over. For once, I didn't look out the window at Trevor's driveway. I didn't want to know if the truck was there. I didn't want to see the shape of the basement window or the line of the side door. Lauren buttered toast at the counter, the knife scraping softly against the bread. "If something was really wrong," she said, trying for a light tone that cracked in the middle, "someone else would call, right?" She kept her eyes on what she was doing, but the question landed squarely on me. I thought about the layout of Ridgeway Court, about how our houses were stitched together by that shared wall, about how the older couple, on the other side, didn't share Trevor's foundation, how their bedroom was on the opposite side of their place, about how the people up the block were far enough away that raised voices and basement noises would reach them more like weather than a direct transmission. Our house was the only one pressed right against his. "We're the closest," I said, before I could stop myself. She set the knife down, a little harder than she needed to. "I didn't ask who was closest," she said quietly. "I asked if someone else would call." I opened my mouth, closed it, then nodded. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, if it's bad enough, someone will." She accepted that answer because she needed to, not because she believed it. We ate our toast standing up, leaning against opposite counters, our eyes darting anywhere but toward the left-hand wall. On the drive to work, my body went through the motions. Seatbelt, ignition, mirror, reverse. The cul-de-sac slid by in the rear view, the circle of houses shrinking until it was just a memory in the glass. But my head never left the house. At red lights, I found myself staring at the concrete dividers and imagining a different kind of concrete. Stairs leading down, bare bulbs humming overhead, a short door with a new deadbolt and a latch meant for padlocks, scuffed marks on the floor where heavy things had been dragged. I pictured Lily in that space because I couldn't not. Knees pulled up to her chest, wrists bruised, voice worn thin from trying and failing to reach anyone on the other side of the wall. You can tell yourself all you want that you don't know what's happening, that you're not sure, that you might be seeing patterns and static. But once you've heard someone beg, really beg, with that specific break in the word somebody, you don't get to go back to ignorance. Uncertainty, yes. Ignorance, no. On the way home that evening, I took the long route without thinking, the one that loops past the small police substation 1.5 miles from Ridgeway Court. It's not much, just a low brick building with a faded flag out front and a row of parking spaces lined up like teeth. I'd driven past it 100 times before without really seeing it, the way you stop seeing anything you don't personally use. This time, I saw it. The lot was half full. A few black and white cruisers sat parked, light bars dark, their black windows reflecting the sky. One unmarked sedan with a spotlight attached to the side mirror idled in the corner, exhaust curling up in faint white wisps. I had my window cracked. The air smelled like hot asphalt and cut grass. A faint whiff of fast food drifted from somewhere nearby. It was nothing like bleach and basement concrete. It was a world away. The light turned green. The car behind me tapped their horn, just once, impatient but not aggressive. I lingered a breath too long, staring at that row of cruisers. Each one represented exactly what I should have done the night before. Each one was a potential line between something is wrong and something becomes a headline. Then I took my foot off the brake. I drove back to Ridgeway Court and parked in front of our house. I waved at the older couple as they watered their flowers. They waved back, unaware that the man waving at them had spent the night listening to something no one should have to hear, and then done absolutely nothing about it. That day, I had my phone in my hand twice. Once at 3 in the morning, sitting on the edge of my bed with drywall still cold against my skin. Once in the parking lot of a grocery store a few hours later, thumb hovering over the same 3 numbers while I watch people push carts and load bags like the world hadn't shifted an inch. Dialed 3 numbers, backed out both times. If you think I'm a coward, you're probably right. When you hear what actually happened that night, the part that made it to the sirens and the headlines, you'll understand why I say the worst thing I ever did was go to sleep. The house went quiet in a way that did not feel like peace. In the day or two after that stay down night, the shouting stopped. No more arguments through the drywall. No more sudden crashes that made the picture frame jump. No muffled pleas that could be anything but. If you were anyone else on Ridgeway Court, you would have said things had calmed down. From our bedroom, it felt like the opposite. It felt like the part in a storm movie where the sky goes clear and everybody on screen looks up and smiles, and the audience wants to scream at them that this is the wrong kind of silence. The lights in Trevor's house told a different story than the sound did. Twice, maybe 3 times, I woke up around 2 or 3 in the morning to that same sliver of light under his garage side door and in that small, high basement window. The rest of the street lay dark and still, but 1439 glowed at the seams like it was being held open by something that refused to sleep. There was no yelling, no obvious signs of a fight, just the constant, unsettling sense of someone moving down there under concrete and fluorescent tubes, doing work that did not want to be heard. Lauren did not need to hear everything to be affected. You don't have to catch every word of a nightmare to feel it. I keep hearing it in my dreams, she admitted one morning, hands wrapped around her coffee mug like she was trying to warm herself from the inside out. Not the crying, just him. That stay down thing, over and over. I know you said it was probably something else, but she trailed off. We both knew it wasn't something else. I haven't really slept since then, she added, trying for a laugh that never arrived. Earplugs don't work on your brain, I guess. That was what finally broke something in me. Not the sound itself, not the bruise, not the locked door. Those had all carved their own grooves, sure, but watching the person I loved walk around our own kitchen like a ghost because of something leaking through a wall we did not ask for, that tipped it. I wish I could say I picked up the phone right then. I didn't. I did what I always do. I waited a little longer, hoping someone else would move first. The next night, the house next door stayed eerily quiet. Lights on late, yes. Shadows moving behind curtains, probably. But no voices, no thuds, no chains. It was the silence of a lid screwed on too tight. On the second day after, I was sitting at the edge of our bed again, phone in my hand, staring at the home screen like it might offer me a different choice than the one I'd been avoiding. "You're going to drive yourself crazy," Lauren said from the doorway. She had her keys in one hand, her work badge in the other. "If you really think something's wrong, call someone. If you don't, then stop tearing yourself apart over it. But you can't stay in this middle place forever." She left, the front door clicking shut behind her, leaving me alone with the wall and the choice. I stood there for a long time. Then I did something I should have done days earlier. I didn't dial 911, not at first. I told myself what I had was suspicion, not an emergency. Doubt, not a gun. This is how you rationalize the slow path. I looked up the non-emergency number for the Aurora Police Department. When it rang, I almost hung up on the first ring. The second. By the third, someone picked up. Non-emergency dispatch. This is Carla, a woman's voice said. What's going on tonight? My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. For a second, all the words I'd spent days rehearsing evaporated. Hi, I managed. I tucked the phone between my shoulder and ear and realized my hands were shaking, so I pressed them against my thighs to keep them still. The AC hummed in the vent above the doorway. It sounded too loud. I'm calling about a welfare check, I think. On my neighbor. Okay, she said, not impatient, not surprised. I could hear keys clicking in the background, the soft scratch of a headset mic. What's the address? I gave her the number and the street, Ridgeway Court, then added, it's the house right next to ours. We share a wall. Got it, she said. And what's making you concerned for their welfare? That was the part I'd been terrified of. Saying it out loud, in plain words, stripped of the protection of my own head. I took a breath that came out shaky. There's a man who lives there, I said, Trevor, and his wife, Lily, used to live there too. We heard them fighting a few weeks ago, loudly, through the wall. Then she disappeared. He told us she went out of state, to Kansas, to take care of her mom after a stroke. Sold her car. But? She prompted, still calm, still typing. But I don't think she left, I said. The words tasted wrong in my mouth, like something being dragged into the light that had been in the dark too long. I've heard things, late at night, from their basement, crying, her voice. I'm pretty sure it's her. And a couple nights ago, I heard her begging, saying, please, somebody, please, and then something hitting metal, and him yelling at her to stay down. There it was, the whole rotten thing, laid bare between my ear and hers. On her end, there was a pause, the sound of typing stopping for a beat. You heard a male voice yelling, stay down? She repeated slowly. Yes, I said, loud. It shook our wall. And she was, I don't know exactly where she was, but it sounded like a basement, concrete, echoey. It didn't sound like a TV or a movie. It sounded real. Okay, she said again, and there was a different tone in it now, more focused, the kind of voice people use when they start checking boxes. What's your name, sir? I hesitated. I'd prefer to stay anonymous, I said, if that's possible. Are you the only neighbor who's reported this? She asked. I don't know, I admitted. We're the ones sharing the wall. I don't think the others can hear what we hear. All right, she said. You can request anonymity. I can't guarantee your neighbor won't guess, but we don't have to tell him who made the call. What's your number, in case officers need to contact you for more detail? I gave it to her, my voice feeling like it belonged to someone else. The AC kicked off in the middle of it, leaving the room suddenly too quiet. I could hear my own breathing in the mic. Has there been any mention of weapons? She asked. Any gunshots? Anything that sounded like a firearm discharge? No, I said quickly. No gunshots. Just yelling, crashing, metal, crying. And he lied about where she went. I'm sure of it. Have you seen this woman recently? She asked. Not in person, I said. Her car's gone. He says she's in Kansas. But a couple nights ago, I heard her voice. I know that sounds crazy. It doesn't sound crazy, she said, almost gently. You're hearing what you're hearing. That's why you're calling. Any history between you and this neighbor? Arguments? Disputes? No, I said. Not really. He was friendly at first. Barbecues, brownies, all that. But after his wife disappeared, he's been acting weird, avoiding us. Sometimes I see lights on in his garage and basement late at night, like 2 or 3 in the morning." She made a small sound that might have been a note of acknowledgement or just a keystroke. "Okay," she said. "Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to log this as a welfare check with suspicious circumstances. We'll send an officer by as soon as we have a unit available in your area to make contact and see what's going on. If at any point you hear anything that sounds immediately violent or life-threatening, screaming, sounds of a struggle, mention of weapons, I want you to hang up and call 911 directly. Understood?" "Yeah," I said. My throat felt tight. "Are you at home right now?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "In the house next door." "Okay," she said. "If you see officers arrive, you can stay inside. If they need more information, they'll call you. Until then, keep your phone nearby. And if anything escalates, you call emergency, not this line. All right?" "All right," I echoed. "Anything else you want to add?" she asked. "Any other concerns?" I thought of the bruise around Lily's wrist. The way she'd said, "Unless it's to come right back here." The locked door under the stairs with the new deadbolt and the latch on the outside. The way the bleach smell had drifted out of Trevor's hallway the night he told me about Kansas. "There's a basement door in his garage," I said slowly. "Under the stairs. It's got 2 locks on it, on the outside. I know that's not illegal or whatever, but it's weird. And I heard things from under there." "Okay," she said. "I'll note that. Thank you for calling." The call ended with a soft beep. My phone went back to the home screen, my reflection faint in the glass. I sat there on the edge of the bed, the AC humming again above me, the house pretending to be normal, and stared at the wall. I had finally done the thing I'd been too scared to do. I had said it out loud to someone whose job it was to listen. You'd think I'd feel relief. What I felt instead was a cold, creeping dread that I had just started something I could not stop. The night they finally came, the TV might as well have been a painting. Lauren and I sat on the couch in the living room, our bodies angled toward the screen, eyes not really seeing what was on it. Some sitcom rerun played with the sound off, actors' mouths moving in jokes that never landed. The only noises in the room were the house ones. The low hum of the fridge cycling in the kitchen, the faint breath of the AC pushing air through the vents, the occasional tiny crackle from the floorboards settling. My phone lay on the coffee table, face down. The call log was still there, whether I looked at it or not. "Do you think they'll actually come?" Lauren asked quietly. "They said they would," I said. My voice sounded distant, like it belonged to someone else. "When they have a unit free." She nodded, tucking her feet up under her, wrapping the blanket tighter around her shoulders. The room felt colder than usual, even though the thermostat said it wasn't. Time dragged. I kept expecting to hear sirens from far away, that rising wail that usually precedes the appearance of flashing lights. Instead, the first sign was light itself. Red and blue slid across our front wall in a slow liquid sweep, staining the photos and the TV screen and the ceiling in alternating washes of color. It was subtle at first, like someone had turned on a strange lamp outside. Then it brightened, pulsing steadily. I was on my feet before I knew I'd moved. Lauren pushed the blanket off and followed, the two of us drifting toward the front window like moths. We didn't turn on any lights. The room stayed dim, lit only by the ghost glow of the muted TV and the color storms passing over the blinds. I lifted one slat with a finger. A single police cruiser, was turning into Ridgeway Court, rolling at a slow, deliberate pace. Its light bar spun silently, painting the cul-de-sac in rotating bands of red and blue. There was no siren, just the low growl of the engine and the faint static crackle of a radio inside. The cruiser eased to a stop in front of Trevor's house. For a heartbeat, the only moving things in the world were those lights. Our street, which had always felt small when I drove into it, suddenly looked like a stage set. Houses in a circle, cars in their places, lawn ornaments and mailboxes frozen in place as the patrol car idled at its mark. "Is that because of your call?" Lauren whispered. "I think so," I said. My throat was so dry that the words scratched on the way out. We watched as the driver's door opened and an officer stepped out. He was just a silhouette at first, outlined by the strobing lights. Then he walked past the beams and turned toward Trevor's front path, and I could make out his features. Mid-30s, maybe. Short hair, uniform, neat, radio mic clipped to his shoulder. He approached the door and pressed the doorbell. We couldn't hear the chime from where we were, but we knew the sound. It was the same model as ours, the same short, cheerful ding-dong that had greeted Trevor when he brought over brownies. The same noise that had started to feel ominous when it echoed next door. Through the fogged glass of Trevor's front door, I saw movement, a shadow crossing, a pause. Then the deadbolt turned, and the door opened a crack. Trevor filled the doorway, that familiar half-smile on his face. Even at this distance, through our window and his, I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he kept his body angled to block the officer's view of the inside. They spoke, but the words didn't reach us. It was like watching a muted show again, only this time the stakes were real. The officer gestured once toward the interior, a small, polite motion. Trevor shook his head, laughing as if he'd heard a joke, lifting his hands in a "what can you do?" kind of shrug. For a moment, I thought that was going to be it, that the officer would nod, thank him for his time, walk back to the cruiser, and drive away. That all I would have bought us was a polite conversation on a quiet suburban night, easily smoothed over by a charming neighbor with a neat lawn and a story about Kansas. But then something shifted. The officer's posture changed. He straightened a fraction. His hand moved to his radio. He glanced over his shoulder at the cruiser, then back at the narrow opening of the door. Whatever Trevor was saying wasn't landing the way he wanted anymore. The officer stepped a little closer to the threshold. He said something that made Trevor's smile falter. The door inched shut an inch, like a reflex. I saw the officer's hand go up to his mic. A minute later, more lights washed over the houses. 2 additional cruisers rolled into the cul-de-sac, their engines low, their light bars spinning. The whole court lit up in frantic color. Red and blue bounced off windshields, slid across the siding, flashed in the dark rectangles of bedroom windows. Neighbors started to emerge like they'd been cued. The older couple from the right stepped out onto their porch, the husband in a t-shirt and pajama pants, the wife clutching a robe around herself. At the far end of the street, a teenager in basketball shorts and a hoodie stood in his driveway, phone out, recording like this was just another clip for social media. Lauren and I stayed half hidden behind our blinds, watching. 2 more officers approached Trevor's door. The first one, Carla's unit available, I guessed, was talking, his hands open, fingers spread, in what looked like a calming gesture. Trevor was still in the doorway, still blocking the view. But now he was gesturing more, his movements sharper, his head shaking in quick, clipped motions. My stomach turned over. "They're not just doing a knock and talk," I said, more to myself than to Lauren. The second officer shifted to one side, trying to angle a look past Trevor's shoulder. Trevor stepped with him, maintaining the block. From our house, the whole thing looked like a dance, steps practiced and repeated. Then everything jumped. There was a sound, not from the wall this time, but from somewhere inside Trevor's house, that cut through even the layers of siding and glass and distance. A heavy, reverberating bang, like something slamming into a door or a wall with a force that didn't care what broke first. It wasn't the polite thump of someone closing a cabinet too hard. It was the jarring, full-bodied impact of violence hitting a barrier. I flinched, even with two houses between us. Lauren grabbed my arm. "Did you hear?" Before she could finish, a scream ripped out from inside 1439. It wasn't muffled by drywall. It wasn't warped by distance. It poured out of the half-open door and across the cul-de-sac like a physical thing, sharp enough that I felt it in my teeth. It was a woman's scream. High, choked, shredding at the edges. A single wordless note that climbed and broke and kept going. Every head in the cul-de-sac snapped toward Trevor's house. The officers moved. The first one shoved the door wider with his shoulder, the force of it sending it slamming back against the interior wall. The second stepped in right behind him. There were shouts now, commands, loud and clipped. "Aurora Police, let me see your hands," echoing off the siding of the surrounding homes. The older couple inched to the edge of their porch, eyes wide. The teenager lowered his phone for a second, then lifted it again, hands shaking. The scream cut off abruptly, like someone had put a hand over it. There was another crash inside. Something heavier now, a scuffle, the unmistakable sounds of bodies colliding with furniture. Lauren's nails dug into my arm through my t-shirt. "Ethan," she whispered. "Ethan." Blue and red lights stuttered over everything. Too fast now, too bright. The shadows between houses flickered. Sirens rose then, late but loud, from somewhere just beyond the court as more units approached. I realized I was holding my breath. Someone yelled, "Clear the doorway!" I couldn't tell if it was one of the officers inside or one of the ones still on the lawn. A third officer moved to the porch, weapon out, angled low, eyes on the interior. Another sound joined the chaos. The high, distant wail of an approaching ambulance. It sliced through the night sharper than the police sirens, a sustained, urgent note that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It grew louder by the second, Dopplering in, until a white box with red markings swung into the court, lights blazing. The ambulance pulled up behind the cruisers, engine rumbling, headlights bathing the end of the street in harsh white. Two paramedics climbed out, one heading to the back to pull open the double doors, the other grabbing a folded stretcher and swinging it down onto its wheels. The stretcher's metal frame clanged softly as it locked into place. The paramedics moved with that unnerving combination of hurry and control, their movements economical, practiced. They pushed the stretcher up the driveway, the wheels rattling over the cracks in the concrete. Our whole world had shrunk down to the rectangle of Trevor's open door. Neighbors clustered at the edges of their yards, afraid to get closer, unwilling to go back inside. Red and blue, reflected in their eyes, bounced off parked cars, painted mailboxes and trash cans, and garden gnomes in emergency colors. From where we stood, half hidden in our own dim living room, it was like watching a TV show that had suddenly become a live feed from inside our own lives. The paramedics disappeared into Trevor's house. For a few seconds, there was nothing but the strobe of lights and the murmur of radios and the faint, metallic clatter of equipment being moved around inside. Then something heavy shifted. There was a low, collective sound from the officers nearest the door. A breath sucked in and held, perhaps, or a quiet oath. The stretcher reappeared. This time, it wasn't empty. They brought her out first. From where I stood, halfway down our driveway, like every other coward on the street, I could see the stretcher bump slightly as it crossed the lip of Trevor's front step. The paramedics moved fast, but careful, hands steady on the metal frame, the wheels rattling on the uneven concrete. For a second, all I saw was the white sheet. Then the streetlights and the police strobes lined up just right, and I saw her. Lily was smaller than I remembered. Some of that was the angle, the way the straps cinched her to the stretcher, but some of it was just her. She looked like someone who had been shrinking for a long time. Her collarbones stood out like hooks beneath the edge of the blanket. An oxygen mask covered the lower half of her face, fogging slightly with each shallow breath. Her eyes were closed, lashes dark against skin that had gone an unhealthy, grayish pale. White bandages were wrapped tight across her upper chest and shoulder, clean but already spotted through in a few places where something darker seeped. One arm lay limp at her side, the hand hanging off the edge of the stretcher, fingers curled in on themselves like they had been gripping something and then forgotten how. Her hair, brown, the same as the first day on our porch, the same as under those backyard string lights, was tangled and damp, stuck to her forehead in clumps. It made her look both younger and older at the same time. Lauren's hand found my wrist and squeezed so hard it hurt. "Oh my God," she whispered. Around us, the neighbors' whispers braided together into a low, electric murmur. "Is that Jesus?" I knew something was off about that guy. That last one came from somewhere behind me. Maybe the older man from the corner house. Maybe one of the women from up the block. It was said with that awful mix of horror and self-satisfaction, like someone who'd lost a bet but kept the right to say, "I told you so." The words hit me in the stomach. I knew something was off about that guy. So did I. I knew about the bruise, the arguments, the locked door. I knew about the crying and the metal and the yelling, and I had slept on it. The paramedics loaded the stretcher into the back of the ambulance with a practiced heave. The door swung shut with a heavy, final sound. One of them jogged around to the front. The other climbed in back, and for a moment the ambulance just sat there, engine idling, lights turning the inside into a rotating blue and red cage. I remember thinking, stupidly, irrelevantly, that I could see my own face reflected for a second in the ambulance's window. Just a faint, warped outline. A stranger with my guilt. Then they brought Trevor out. 2 officers flanked him, one on each side, a hand on each elbow. His hands were cuffed in front of him, the metal bracelets catching the strobe and throwing it back in sharp white flashes. He wasn't fighting, exactly, but he wasn't relaxed either. His shoulders were hunched, and his feet dragged a little, like he hadn't quite decided whether to walk or go limp. His t-shirt was smeared with something dark and dried across the front. Not enough to be dramatic, just enough to make the collar stiff and discolored. Dust clung to the fabric too, streaking it gray. His sweatpants had a tear at one knee. The skin beneath reddened. His face was the worst part. He had always been a little pale, the way people who work inside all day tend to be, but now he looked downright bloodless. His eyes, usually half-lidded and easy, were wide and a little glassy. They flicked from side to side, taking in the lights, the cars, the people lining their driveways. For a second, he looked more confused than anything, like he had stepped out of a bar into daylight and found out the world had moved on without him. The officers guided him down the path. As they passed the little brick mailbox at the end of his driveway, the numbers caught the light, 1439. And just beyond that, on our side, bolted to a similar box, 1437. I was standing right beside it. The cruiser they were headed for was parked in front of our house, angled slightly toward the street. As they walked Trevor between the bumpers, his gaze snagged on the embossed numbers on our box. Then his head turned. He saw me. There is a very specific feeling that comes with realizing someone dangerous has identified you in the middle of all that chaos. It is like being singled out by a spotlight in a crowded theater. Your brain screams, blend in, but it's too late. His eyes met mine and locked. Up close, even from a few yards away, I could see the rage behind the shock now. Not the loud, flaring kind he'd thrown at Lily, the stay-down kind, but something colder, a banked fire. For a heartbeat, everything else fell away. The lights, the radios, the whispers. It was just him and me and the thin strip of asphalt between us. He smiled. It wasn't the brownie in hand, neighborly grin. It was smaller, tighter. His mouth barely moved, but it twisted in a way that made my skin crawl. "I know it was you, 1437, he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it didn't have to be. It carried cleanly across the gap, a straight line from his mouth to my ears. One of the officers at his side glanced at him sharply, but didn't intervene. "I was in the middle of fixing a problem," he added, voice even flatter now, "when your little welfare check ruined it." The word problem hung in the air like a bad smell. Then the officers nudged him forward. One of them said something under his breath. "That's enough, sir." And the moment broke. Trevor let himself be guided the rest of the way to the cruiser, ducked his head as they helped him into the back seat, and disappeared behind tinted glass. The door shut with a dull thunk. The ambulance pulled out first, siren starting up as it turned, howling loud enough to rattle the windows. The blue and red reflections chased themselves across our living room walls one last time as it left the cul-de-sac, carrying Lily's too light body and her bandaged chest into the night. The cruisers followed, one by one. The last one lingered for a bit, an officer walking the perimeter of Trevor's property, shining a flashlight along the fence line, up at the basement window, down at the concrete near the garage. Eventually, even that car rolled away, its lights dimming as it turned the corner. And then we were just standing in the dark. Neighbors trickled back into their homes, talking in low, stunned voices. Porch lights flicked on and off. Doors closed. Curtains swayed. Inside our living room, Lauren turned to me with tears in her eyes. "You did that," she said. "Your call. You did that." It took me a second to understand she meant it as a good thing. I nodded, but it felt like lying, because here's the part I didn't know until later. In the days after, the story trickled out in pieces. A cop who knew a cop. A neighbor who claimed to have a cousin in dispatch. Rumors passed along the cul-de-sac like mail without names. Then there were the news articles, the local station's website, the brief segment on the 6 o'clock broadcast, the headline that made my stomach go hollow. Aurora man arrested after wife found stabbed in basement. I read every version of it I could find, even the ones that were obviously copy and paste jobs. I hunted for details, trying to line them up with the sounds burned into my head. They found her in a small locked room under the stairs, the article said. The door opened from the outside. There were restraints. There were signs she'd been kept there for days, maybe weeks. They didn't spell it all out. No one wants to see that over dinner. But they said enough. They said she'd been stabbed 5 times. Not all at once. Not in a clean, terrible moment. Once, then again, later. Escalations. Punishments. According to one of the officers, second hand, third hand. Who knows? The timeline went something like this. She had been hurt before my call, treated wounds herself, or had them wrapped by him. They weren't sure. He'd kept her down there, in and out of consciousness, in and out of hope. When the first officer knocked on his door that night for the welfare check, she heard it. She had tried to make noise, tried to hit something that might carry sound up and out. The vent, maybe. The pipes. The wall. I pictured her thin hand, the bruises on her wrist, straining against whatever he'd used to keep her in place, slamming into metal until her knuckles split. Please. Somebody. Please. The call log said the officers knocked at 8:42 p.m. The medical examiner said, in the article's tidy language, that based on blood loss and tissue damage, the last round of injuries, those 5 stab wounds, had occurred within a short window before the police entry. A short window. So here is what I picture now, when I think about that second of silence where I heard her plead through the wall. I don't just picture a woman crying in a concrete room. I picture a knife somewhere in that space, already in his hand or within his reach. I picture him pacing, furious and self-righteous in the way only certain men can be, talking to himself in that almost conversational tone abusers use when they have run out of new threats. I picture her hearing the knock upstairs, the faint murmur of a voice at the door, the sudden, distant possibility that someone outside the wall might be listening. Please. Somebody. Please. And then I picture him deciding that was one noise too many. I didn't save Lily. The police, the medics, the surgeons who tried to stitch her back together at the hospital, they did what they could. For a couple of days, there were updates, critical but stable. Surgery went as planned, no visitors. Then quietly, there were no more updates. She died 3 days later. On paper, in the narrative the street tells itself, my call saved her from being buried under that house or dragged out in a body bag that night. It brought the blue lights, the sirens, the handcuffs. But that's not what plays in my head when I lie awake at my new place and the AC shuts off and the fridge takes that breath. What plays is this: my thumb hovering over those 3 numbers the night before, the watery, cracked sound of her begging, the way I put my phone back down and told myself I might be wrong. I didn't save Lily. I just interrupted the timing. The days after the blue lights left were somehow louder and quieter at the same time. News vans came first. The morning after the raid, a white van with a station logo on the side rolled into the cul-de-sac, its telescoping antenna reaching up like a metal weed. A woman in a blazer and jeans stood at the edge of Trevor's driveway, speaking solemnly into a microphone while a cameraman pointed a lens at the curling strips of yellow tape across his porch. We couldn't hear her script from inside our house, but we could read the shape of the words on her lips. Quiet neighborhood. Shocked residents. No one ever suspected. They stayed for an hour, maybe, then left in a swirl of cables and exhaust. The story moved on to someone else's block. The tape didn't. It stayed stretched across Trevor's front door, across his garage, across the path where he'd smirked at me in handcuffs. It faded a little in the sun, fluttered in the breeze, but it did not come down. It turned the house into a mouth that had been hastily stitched shut. Ridgeway Court went through the motions of normalcy. Trash went to the curb. Kids rode their bikes in nervous, narrower circles. The older couple still watered their flowers, but they didn't linger outside anymore. When they saw us, they waved in a way that said, "We know you know something, and also please don't tell us." Inside our house, all the air felt used. Lauren went back to work. She didn't talk much in the evenings, just curled into the corner of the couch like she was trying to take up less space, watching whatever was on without really seeing it. Sometimes I'd catch her glancing toward the left wall, then away, like it was a sore tooth she couldn't stop pressing with her tongue. I jumped at every sudden noise, a dropped spoon, a car door slamming, the AC cutting off. All of it shivered through the same set of nerves that had been tuned to that basement. 3 days after the raid, my phone rang with a local number I didn't recognize. "Hello?" I said, already bracing for some telemarketer asking if I'd been in a car accident that wasn't my fault. "Is this Ethan Cole?" a male voice asked. "Yeah." "This is Detective Ramirez with Aurora PD," he said. His voice had that particular dry steadiness cops get, the kind of tone that has seen everything twice. "You called in a welfare concern about your neighbor on Ridgeway Court last week. Is now a good time to talk?" My stomach tightened. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, of course. I'd like to get a more detailed statement from you," he said. "We can do it down at the station, or I can stop by your house. Whatever's easier." The idea of sitting in a fluorescent-lit interview room made my skin crawl, but so did the idea of a detective bringing the case into our living room. There was no version that didn't involve me cracking myself open. "Here's fine," I said, "if that's okay." "Sure," he said. "I'm in your area this afternoon. I can be there in 20 or 30 minutes. 25 minutes later, there was a knock at the door that made me flinch. Detective Ramirez was in his 40s, maybe, with close-cropped hair already going gray at the temples. He wore plain clothes, dark slacks, button-down shirt, badge clipped to his belt, holster at his hip. He carried a small notebook and a digital recorder in one hand, a to-go coffee cup in the other. The coffee smelled stale, the way it does when it's been sitting on a burner too long. Underneath it was the faint scent of paper and toner, like he'd walked straight out of a printer room. "Mr. Cole?" he asked. "Yeah, come in." We sat at the kitchen table. The AC whispered through the vent overhead. Outside, someone's lawnmower droned in the distance. The yellow tape next door peeked in through the side window, a bright slash of color against the muted siding. He set his notebook and recorder down between us. "Mind if I record?" he asked, just for accuracy. "No," I said. "That's fine." He clicked the recorder on, announced the date, time, and location, then said my name into the mic. His voice sounded different coming from the small device, flatter, more official. "I appreciate you taking the time," he said, looking up. I'm going to ask you some questions you may have answered, in part, on the phone already. I need to get them in order. If you're not sure about something, say you're not sure. Don't guess to make it sound better. Fair? Fair, I said. He flipped open the notebook, pen poised. How long have you lived at 1437? He asked. About 6 months now, I said. We moved in at the start of the year. And your neighbors at 1439? They were already there, I said. Trevor and Lily. We met them the first week. He brought over brownies. Did you have much contact with them? He asked. Social interaction, arguments, anything like that? Social stuff at first, I said. A barbecue, little chats in the driveway. He seemed nice. She did too. Then, less. After a while, less. He nodded, jotting a few words down. When did you first notice any kind of disturbance? He asked. Arguments? Loud noises? Anything that made you pay attention to that side of the wall? I thought back to the night of the first big fight, the way their voices had bled through into our living room. A few weeks in, I said, 2 or 3, we heard them arguing late one night. Through the wall, it got loud, things hitting the wall. It wasn't like playful bickering. It was bad. How many times would you say you heard that kind of argument? He asked. 3 or 4, I said, automatically. The number came out too fast, safer than the truth that felt bigger in my chest. That loud, at least. His eyes flicked up at that loud, but he didn't press. And when did you notice Lily was absent? He asked. The pause around the word was careful. Her car disappeared first, I said. Her Civic. One morning, it was just gone. Then a few days went by, and we didn't see her. My fiance and I, Lauren, we noticed. He told us she'd gone back to Kansas to help her mom, that her mom had a stroke. Did you believe him? Ramirez asked. Not really, I admitted. The way he said it felt rehearsed, and I heard her voice after that, through the wall, at night. I tried telling myself it was TV or something, but, he echoed quietly. He let the words sit there. Before the night you called, he went on. Had you ever heard her call for help directly? Any words that sounded like help, or somebody, or call? I swallowed. This was the part where honesty started to cost more. Once, I said. Maybe twice. It was muffled. It could have been something else. But there was one night, before I called, where it sounded like somebody, he or please. I wasn't sure. That was the half-truth. I didn't tell him about kneeling by the wall, ear pressed to the drywall, counting the seconds of silence so I wouldn't miss anything. I didn't tell him about the canceled 911 call, about the times I'd backed out before committing. He studied me for a moment. And the night you did call, he said, you told dispatch you heard her clearly, asking for somebody. Then you heard a male voice yelling, "Stay down." That's accurate? Yes, I said. My fingers dug into the edge of my chair. That's accurate. He nodded again, noting something down. All right, he said. I'm going to give you some context here. You don't have to respond if you don't want to. But I want you to understand the picture we've gotten. He flipped to a different page in his notebook, where there were already lines of writing. His pen tapped once against the margin. Based on what we found in the residence, and based on Lily's condition when she was brought in, he said, we believe she was kept in that basement room for close to a month. The word month landed with a physical weight. A month, I repeated stupidly. Down there. He nodded. Food, water, makeshift bathroom, he said. Enough to sustain. Not enough to be humane. The door was locked from the outside. At some point, he removed part of the interior stairs leading down. So even if she got that door open, she'd need another way up. We found a portable ladder, the kind you can pull up and down. He controlled when it was there. My mind flicked back to the day in the garage. The smell of bleach and oil, the short door under the stairs, the scuff marks on the floor. He sold her car about 2 weeks before we got the call. Ramirez continued. Neighbors reported seeing it gone, just like you did. Financial records backed that up. He was setting the stage, making it look like she'd left him. Kansas mom, stroke, all that. I felt something hot and ugly rise in my throat. How many times did other people call? I asked. It came out harsher than I meant. About them. About anything. He shook his head once, slowly. You were the first, he said. We've had noise complaints on that block over the years. Teenagers, parties, that kind of thing. But nothing tied specifically to that address until your welfare call. The kitchen seemed to tilt for a second. I put my hand flat on the table to steady myself. Look, Ramirez said, leaning back slightly, the chair creaking. This is where I tell you the thing I know you've already argued with yourself about. You didn't put her in that basement. You didn't lock that door. You did call. That's more than a lot of people do. It sounded like a speech he had given before, probably to other neighbors, other witnesses standing in other kitchens with other walls that had carried other cries. I nodded mechanically. Yeah, I said. I know. But the thing was, I also knew more than he did about what that wall had given me. How many nights I'd lain there listening. How many times I'd heard enough to know something was wrong and still closed my eyes. Lily had been under that slab of concrete for nearly a month, which meant all those little sounds I'd tried to dismiss. The muffled arguments, the dragging noises at 3 a.m, the weird, high voice talking to itself through the wall. That had been her life. Not just flashes of horror, but the whole shape of her days. And I had been on the other side of it, counting seconds of silence like they were interesting, not urgent. Did she say anything? I heard myself ask. After, at the hospital, about that night? His expression shifted, softened in a way that made me wish I hadn't asked. She was in and out of consciousness for most of it, he said. When she was able to talk, she told us what she could. Confirmed that she'd been down there, that he controlled when she ate, when she slept, when she could stand. She said she tried to make noise. When she heard the doorbell that night, she thought someone would come. Someone did, I thought, but not soon enough. And not because I wanted to be a hero, because I ran out of excuses. Ramirez closed his notebook. That's all I need for now, he said. If anything else comes back to you, anything at all, give me a call. Sometimes memories surface later. I walked him to the door. He paused on the stoop, glancing once at the yellow tape next door. You did the right thing, he said, when you called. I nodded, but my eyes were on the narrow strip of foundation between our houses, the invisible line where our drywall ended and theirs began. Sure, I said. He left, the sound of his car door closing echoing down the street. Inside, the house felt too small, the wall too close. The refrigerator hummed. The AC kicked on. The ordinary world resumed its loop. Somewhere under all that noise, the basement in my head kept going, replaying weeks of sounds I had heard and weeks of sounds I hadn't. I told myself I would never look. It was easy to make that promise when the tape was fresh and bright, when officers still came and went from Trevor's house with clipboards and evidence bags. As long as the place stayed sealed, it could remain abstract. A crime scene, a headline, a story that had happened next door instead of inside a space that shared a wall with my bedroom. But tape fades. Cars leave. People move on. A week after my conversation with Detective Ramirez, the constant police presence tapered off. The cruisers stopped parking out front. The news vans found other tragedies to hover over. Ridgeway Court started pretending to be a regular cul-de-sac again. The tape stayed, but it sagged now, edges curling in the wind. One afternoon, I took the trash out and noticed something that hadn't been there before. The side door of Trevor's garage was propped open a few inches. Not wide, just enough to break the line of the frame. The gap was dark, a vertical strip of shadow that didn't match the soft, warm light of the spring day. A car I didn't recognize was parked in the driveway, unmarked, no light bar. I heard voices inside the house, not angry, not panicked, low, professional. I should have kept walking. Instead, I found myself drifting toward the property line like there was a wire attached from my chest to that crooked door. As I got closer, I could see more. The garage interior was dim, but not completely dark. A bare bulb somewhere overhead cast a weak, yellowish circle on the concrete floor, picking out the outlines of a workbench, the neat rows of tools, the oil stains, and there, under the stairs, was the door I'd only ever seen closed. Now it was open. It hung slightly askew on its hinges, revealing the top of a narrow cement stairwell. The light from the garage didn't reach far. After the first 3 steps, the concrete dissolved into a gray-black well. There was another glow down there, faint and sickly, the echo of fluorescent tubes still burning, or maybe just the afterimage of them burned into my imagination. "Can I help you?" The voice made me flinch. I turned. Detective Ramirez stood at the side of the garage, half in shadow. He held a manila folder in one hand, a pen in the other. His tie was loosened, sleeves rolled up. He looked tired in that way that suggested it was his default state, not just today's mood. I was just taking the trash out," I said, gesturing weakly with the bag in my hand, as if the prop would make me less obvious. "Saw the door." He followed my gaze to the open basement entrance, and then back to me. "You're Ethan," he said, not a question. "Yeah," I said. He studied me for a moment, then nodded toward the garage. "You can have a look from the threshold if you want," he said. "Just don't touch anything and don't go down. We still have processing to finish before they board it up." I didn't move at first. The idea of voluntarily looking into that space felt wrong, like asking to see photos you knew you'd never be able to unsee. But some weak, ugly part of me wanted proof, not just of what he'd told me in my kitchen, but of what my ears had already decided was true. I stepped into the garage. The temperature dropped a couple of degrees the second I crossed the threshold. Or maybe that was just in my head. The concrete floor felt harder under my shoes than our own garage, like it held more weight than it should. The smell hit me before the view did. It wasn't one smell, exactly. It was layers. There was the sharp sting of bleach, embedded in cement and wood, a chemical ghost that clung to the back of my throat. Under that was damp, a sour, locked-in humidity that basements get when they've spent too long pretending to be caves. Under that was something metallic and faint, like rusted pipes or old pennies warmed by a hand. I stopped at the top of the stairwell. The steps themselves were poured concrete, worn smooth in the middle from years of feet going up and down. A strip of light from the garage bulb fell across the first few, then vanished. Far below, barely there, a weaker light pushed back, a cold, greenish tone like the flicker of a failing neon sign. The air that drifted up from below was cool in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the kind of cool that lives in places the sun doesn't touch. The basement was quiet, not just nobody home quiet. It had that special kind of stillness you get in rooms that have been emptied of their most recent occupant, but not yet allowed to reset. A pause, mid-inhale. No chains rattled, no footsteps scuffed, no voice rose up to turn plea into pressure. And yet, just looking down into that space, my ears filled in the gaps. I could hear the metallic clink of a restraint being tugged, the scrape of something wooden being dragged across concrete, the low, choked sounds of someone trying not to cry, because crying made things worse. I knew those sounds already. I'd heard them translated through drywall and ducts and the shared bones of the house. Now, standing at the edge of the source, my brain ran them on a loop in surround sound. "You don't have to go any closer," Ramirez said behind me. His voice echoed softly in the garage, tampered by the tools and the oil and the hollow body of Trevor's abandoned truck. "I'm not going down," I said. My voice sounded small, swallowed quickly by the stairwell. From here, I could see the top edge of the door frame at the bottom of the steps. The wood around it was scuffed and dented in a distinct pattern. Horizontal lines where something had been kicked or slammed against it over and over. The metal latch plate was bent slightly out of shape, as if it had tried to hold against more than it was built for. I thought about the first heavy thud we'd heard through our living room wall, back when we'd joked about nice neighbors and loud TVs. How it had rattled the picture frame and made the drywall shiver. How easy it had been to say, they probably just dropped something. Neighbors heard things on and off for weeks, Ramirez said quietly. We've been canvassing. Folks up and down the street heard arguments, bangs, that kind of thing. Nobody could pinpoint when. Nobody wanted to assume the worst. He paused. But only one of you called. The words should have comforted me. They were the kind of thing people say when they want you to feel better about yourself. You were the one who spoke up. You're different. You're brave. They felt like a verdict. Only one of you called. Not, you called in time. Not, because of you she's alive. Just, you were the last one whose threshold for horror finally snapped. I realized, in that moment, that I was not special for picking up the phone. I was just the person who'd run out of excuses later than everyone else. How long do you think she was? I started, then stopped. I couldn't bring myself to say down there while I was looking down there. You already know the estimate, he said. 3, maybe 4 weeks. On and off downstairs. On and off upstairs. Ever since the big argument started. I stared into the gray-green dark and tried to rewind it. The night of the first loud bang, when I'd been lying on the couch with the TV on low and the AC humming, when the picture frame had rattled, and I'd told myself, box, chair, workout weight. When I'd pressed my palm to the wall and felt nothing but cool paint. How far into it had she been then? Had that thud been a thrown object? A fist into a door? Or had it been her body hitting concrete for the first time? I pictured the noise we'd heard as just that. Noise. An inconvenience. A curiosity. Maybe, somewhere under our floor, it had been a beginning. I stepped back from the stairwell. The smell of bleach was stronger now that I'd noticed it, clawing at my sinuses. The metallic tang sat on my tongue. Somewhere above us, a bird chattered on a power line. The normal world kept going. "The house kept her," I said, surprising myself by speaking out loud. "He used it to keep her. The locks, the stairs, the walls, everything." Ramirez glanced at me, then down the stairs, then back. "Houses don't decide what gets done in them," he said. "People do." "Yeah," I said. "I know." But standing there, staring into that concrete throat, it was hard not to see the building itself as an accomplice. It had kept her in its stomach for almost a month. It had muffled her voice just enough that I could pretend I wasn't sure. It had turned her begging into a puzzle I felt entitled to take my time solving. I backed out of the garage, each step away from the open basement, feeling like peeling myself off something sticky. At the threshold, I turned once more. From this angle, the open stairwell looked like a black rectangle cut into the floor. A hole, a missing piece. The kind of space your brain wants to fill with something, anything, so it doesn't have to admit it's empty. "The house kept her," I repeated, more to myself than to Ramirez this time. "But it also kept this." "This?" he asked. I looked at the shared wall, the one that ran from his basement, past our bedroom, up to the roofline. The wall that had carried her voice to me and my silence back to her. "My cowardice," I said. "It soaked it up. It's in there now, in the drywall, in the studs. If they ever sell that place, someone's going to move in and wonder why the quiet feels so heavy." He didn't tell me I was being dramatic. He didn't tell me I was wrong. "Some people move out after things like this," he said instead. "Some don't. Either way, it's not the wood and the concrete that stick with them. It's what they did or didn't do while they were inside it." I nodded, the words landing somewhere deep and sore. I walked back to 1437 with my trash bag still in hand and an open hole in the side of my vision, a stairwell that stayed with me even after the door was closed and the tape went back up. The house next door had taken Lily's safety, her days, eventually her life. What it left with me was harder to name, but I carried it anyway, like a weight stitched under my skin. The house kept her, but the part of it that shared a wall with my bed kept something of mine too. And it was not the kind of haunting anyone else could see. The first nightmare hit maybe a week after I looked down into the real basement. It did not announce itself as anything special at first. I went to bed in the new apartment. Different city, different street, different neighbors whose names I did not know. And for a while, everything was normal. Lauren asleep beside me, the AC unit in the window rattling in its own cheap rhythm, the fridge humming through the wall from the tiny kitchen. I remember checking the time before I drifted off. 12:19 a.m. No significance, just numbers. In the dream, I was back on Ridgeway Court, not driving in, not arriving. Just there, like the scene had been waiting for me, and I'd stepped through a cut in the film. The cul-de-sac was washed in that weird gray-blue light that never quite exists in real life, brighter than night, dimmer than day. The street lamps were on but muffled, halos smeared like someone had breathed on the glass. All the houses looked exactly the same as when we left. Same porches, same mailboxes, same manicured strips of grass. The only difference was that there were no cars. Every driveway was empty. No F-150, no Civic, no older couple sedan. The street was full of driveways and utterly empty of lives. I was standing in Trevor's garage, not outside it, in it. Right on the same oil-stained concrete I'd stood on the day I saw the open basement door for real. The overhead bulb was on, but it felt wrong. Too bright in some places, too dim in others. The tools on the wall were there, perfectly hung, but their metal edges looked slightly blurred, as if the dream didn't want to commit to their exact shapes. I could hear things at first. The distant rush of highway traffic, thin as a whisper. The faint tick of a clock from somewhere inside the house. The steady drone of an AC compressor outside, coming from a unit I couldn't see. The kind of background city noise that never completely goes away, even in the suburbs. And under all of that, bleeding up through the concrete, were the sounds I knew too well. The dull, hollow thunk of something hitting metal. Not once, but over and over. Rhythm irregular, force uneven. The sharp ring of it reverberated through my feet. A choked little sob, cut off halfway. Then another, lower, like someone trying to swallow their own voice. Please. The word was so clear it might as well have been spoken directly into my ear. The second word got tangled. I couldn't tell if it was somebody, or help, or both. It didn't matter. The meaning was the same. Please. In the dream, my hand was already on the basement doorknob. I don't remember reaching for it. There was no decision point, no moment of should I. Just my fingers wrapped around cold metal, the wood under my palm vibrating with every hit from below. Behind me, the other sounds began to fade. The AC drone thinned first, dropping in volume like someone sliding a fader down. The highway hiss smeared into nothing, as if the cars had stalled all at once. The inside clock ticked slower, then stopped. Even my own breathing seemed to hush itself, like it was afraid of being noticed. The only sounds left were the ones coming from below my feet. Metal, breath, voice. In real life, once the machines went quiet, I froze. I backed away. I let the silence close in, and then pretended I'd imagined the rest. In the dream, I did what I always think I will do. In the second version of events I run in my head, I turned the knob. The door gave way with a long, protesting cree that vibrated through my hand and up my arm. The crack widened. A surge of air rose up from the dark, cool and damp and thick with a smell I knew even though I'd only felt it once. Concrete, bleach, metal, stale breath. For a second, I hesitated. Not because I didn't want to go, but because some part of me knew that I had already decided. I was past the point of pretending I didn't know what opening that door meant. Then I swung it fully open. The stairwell yawned before me, the same narrow chute of gray steps. Only here, in the dream, something was wrong with the light. It flickered at the bottom, not a steady fluorescent hum, but a twitching, sick glow, pulsing in and out like a heartbeat with an arrhythmia. The concrete walls were damp and a little too smooth, as if they'd been wiped clean again and again. The sounds from below sharpened. Another hit against metal, this one weaker, like the arm behind it had lost strength. A sob that fell apart on the way out. A low, ragged inhale that sounded like it hurt to take. Please, please. I stepped down. One step. The air got colder. Second step. The light at the bottom flickered brighter, then dimmed, then flared again, throwing a shifting rectangle across the floor. My shadow stretched and snapped from one angle to another, sliced up by the stair rail. On the third step, I stopped. Something moved in the doorway at the bottom of the stairs. At first, it was just a shape, a darker shadow inside the dim light, something hunched and human-sized. It shifted, slow and shaky, like it was pushing itself up from the floor. A hand appeared in the light, pale, thin. Fingers scraped the concrete, leaving smears behind that the dream kindly blurred. The hand clutched at the doorframe, knuckles whitening, tendons popping under stretched skin. Then a face tilted up, big eyes in the dark, catching the sickly light at the edges. A mouth opening as if to form a word. Hair hanging in strings, sticking to a forehead slick with something my mind refused to color. Every part of me braced to see Lily, to finally put a face to the voice I'd lived with through a wall and only ever seen upright at barbecues and on front porches. To see her from below, from the angle my ears had always placed her. I stepped down one more stair, heart pounding in my ears. The light at the bottom flared white. The figure moved forward into clearer view. And it wasn't her. It was Trevor. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, like he'd always been waiting there, like he'd always belonged in that doorway more than she did. His t-shirt was stained with those same dark, stiff patches, but the dream didn't care enough to focus on them. His face held all the detail instead. His eyes were bright, almost too bright, reflecting the flickering light. There was a smear of something across his cheekbone, his stubble darker and more uneven. His smile was wide and wrong, teeth showing just a little too much, like he had borrowed the expression from someone who didn't know how to be human. He tilted his head, looking straight up at me, straight through me. "Took you long enough to come down here, 1437, he said. His voice sounded exactly like it had in my driveway when they led him past our mailbox, calm, almost amused. Like the basement was just an extension of that look he'd given me in handcuffs, a place where he was still in control and I was still late. Behind him, in the shadows, something shifted. A chain, maybe. A body. A suggestion. Enough to know I wasn't alone with him down there, but not enough to see who or what it was. My hand tightened on the railing until my fingers hurt. My legs refused to go down another step. The light flickered again, faster now, stuttering. With each flash, the basement seemed to jump closer, the distance between us collapsing in jolts. His eyes never left mine. "Come on," he said, almost gently. "You wanted to hear, didn't you? You were always listening." My mouth felt glued shut. No air moved in my chest. All the sounds from above were gone. No AC, no fridge, no clock. There was only his voice and the wet rasp of breathing from somewhere behind him. I tried, but my tongue wouldn't cooperate. He took one slow step up. I woke up before his foot hit the second stair. I came out of it hard, like breaching the surface of cold water. My whole body jerked. My heart slammed against my ribs so fast it hurt. The new apartment came back into focus in pieces. The glow of the digital clock on the nightstand. 3:07 a.m. The low hum of our actual fridge, not his. The soft, steady whir of the window AC unit, pushing lukewarm air into the room. The faint tick of the cheap wall clock we'd bought at Target hanging above the TV. Lauren beside me, asleep on her side, breathing slow, back rising and falling under the blanket. All the ordinary sounds of a life that didn't share a wall with a locked basement. My hands ached like I'd been gripping something. My throat hurt like I'd been holding my breath. I lay there, staring at the clean, plain wall of the new bedroom, and tried to slow my heartbeat down without thinking of stairs. The dream came back the next week. And the week after that, some nights, the details shifted. Different angle in the garage, different number of steps, the lights flickering faster or slower, but the core stayed the same. I always got my hand on the doorknob. I always opened it. I always started down. And every single time, when the figure at the bottom stepped into the bad neon light and lifted its head, it was Trevor waiting for me, not Lily. I never see her down there, not once. The nightmare always cuts out before I do, before I reach the bottom, before I can look past him and see what he kept in that room and what I left in that wall. I like to tell myself it's because my brain is sparing me something, drawing a line between what I know and what I can live with. But if I'm honest, it feels more like this. In real life, I never saw Lily in that basement. I only heard her and did nothing until it was too late. My dreams, apparently, have decided to be accurate. Leaving Ridgeway Court was not a bold, cinematic decision. There was no dramatic last look over my shoulder. No slow motion shot of me dropping the keys into an envelope on the counter and walking out into the sunset. It was paperwork and cardboard and the particular kind of exhaustion that comes from packing your life into boxes while pretending you are not also packing your guilt. On the surface, it was simple. We told the landlord we needed to break the lease. Given everything, he said, and did not finish the sentence. We weren't the first people to want out after the cops came. He waived some of the fees, kept our deposit, signed the form with a pen that squeaked a little against the paper. "Can't say I blame you," he said. "Hard to enjoy the backyard with all that tape next door." The tape. It was the first thing I saw every morning when I opened the bedroom blinds. The sagging yellow strip stretched across Trevor's porch, flapping a little in the wind. I couldn't look at our mailbox number without seeing his next to it. 1437. 1439. 2 teeth in the same jaw, one rotten down to the root. Lauren acted like she was just done. She folded clothes and wrapped glasses and labeled boxes with thick black marker. Kitchen, bedroom, bath. She talked about square footage and commute time and how it might be nice to be closer to things, in a way that sounded like she was reading from a brochure. "We'll get a fresh start," she said. "Somewhere with more people, more light, no basements, no basements." She said it almost like a joke, but we both laughed too quickly. We found an apartment complex closer to downtown. One of those newer places, all gray and glass, stacked like Lego blocks around a parking lot, and a patch of decorative landscaping. The kind of building that tries to look like a lifestyle instead of just a box with doors. Lauren loved it immediately. "Steel doors," she said, tapping our future front door with her knuckles, listening to the dull, reassuring thud. "Electronic locks. Cameras everywhere. Look, gated parking. It's like living inside a security system." She wasn't wrong. The building had a keypad at the front entrance, a gate at the parking lot that beeped sharply every time it opened, and a lobby with a wall of glossy black cameras that watched in discreet little half-domes from the ceiling corners. There were visible sight lines, long hallways, no blind corners, no hidden stairwells that disappeared under houses. The only stairs were concrete and open, with metal rails and exit signs glaring red above them. Inside the unit, everything was new, in that slightly cheap way new apartments often are. Laminate flooring pretending to be wood. White walls that looked like they'd been painted last week. A kitchen that was more countertop than storage, with a stainless steel fridge that hummed like it was proud of itself. The bedroom didn't share a wall with anyone. The living room did, technically, but it was with another living room, not a locked room under the stairs. The bathroom backed up to another bathroom. It felt fair that way, somehow. Symmetrical. The sounds were different here. Instead of sprinklers and distant highway, we got elevator dings and the muffled, bass-heavy thump of someone's music from 2 floors up. We traded the low rumble of pickup trucks for the quick, sharp buzz of delivery scooters at the front gate and the constant, soft whoosh of cars on nearby city streets. There was a woman down the hall whose heels clicked on the laminate every morning at 7:30 like a metronome. A guy upstairs ran on a treadmill late at night, his footfalls a steady, rhythmic thud, thud, thud that shook the ceiling just enough to remind us he was there. Someone on the floor below had a baby that cried in short, stuttering bursts and then went silent for hours at a time. The AC here was different too. A big unit built into the wall under the living room window, roaring to life with a fan sound that drowned out conversation if you didn't turn the TV up. The fridge had a more confident compressor than the one at Ridgeway. Louder, more regular, like it had something to prove. But even with all the new noise, the old pattern found me. It didn't take long before I noticed it. The way, even in this building, with all its modern wiring and constant activity, there were moments when everything took a breath at once. The AC would cut off mid-roar, blades winding down to a stop. The upstairs treadmill would fall silent as someone stepped off to check their phone. The elevator would rest between calls, its machinery quiet. The neighbor's music would pause between songs. And in that brief gap, 1, 2 seconds, maybe 3, if the timing was just right, there would be that old, unnatural stillness. All quiet. The first time I noticed it, I was standing alone in the kitchen, rinsing a coffee mug. The sink faucet gurgled, then I shut it off. The AC had been growling. It sputtered and clicked off. Somewhere in the building, a door slammed, then nothing. The silence fell like a lid. My shoulders tensed before I even realized why. My brain leaned sideways, pressing an ear against a wall that wasn't there. I could feel my heart rate pick up, that familiar prickle crawling up the back of my neck as if the universe were about to press play on a recording I knew by heart. I waited for it. The muffled sob, the hit against metal, the man's voice, raw and furious. Instead, somewhere down the hall, a toilet flushed. I exhaled. My grip on the mug loosened. I set it in the drying rack with shaking hands, annoyed at myself and relieved all at once. Lauren adjusted faster than I did. She threw herself into normal life with a stubborn kind of energy. She bought a new comforter for the bed, something lighter and brighter. She scheduled our engagement photo shoot. She made lists for the wedding, venue ideas, guest counts, playlists. She asked me about tux rentals and boutonnieres and whether we'd rather do a small ceremony or something with more people. Sometimes she would stop mid-sentence, catch the look on my face, and close the notebook. "We're not there," she'd say softly. "We're here. Different walls, different sounds." She needed that to be true. I wanted it to be. From the outside, I probably looked functional. I went to work. I answered emails. I made small talk with new neighbors in the elevator about parking and trash pickup and the broken mailroom door. Inside, every loud noise still had to pass through Ridgeway Court before it reached me. If someone in the next apartment dropped something heavy, my body reacted first and rationalized later. The impact could be a cast iron pan hitting tile, a book falling off a shelf, a drunk roommate tripping over a coffee table. My brain played those explanations on loop, but my heartbeat didn't care. The first time it happened, I was on the couch, half watching a game, half scrolling through my phone. Lauren was in the bedroom on a call with her sister, laughing about something I could only hear one side of. The AC switched off. The fridge paused mid-hum. The building settled into one of those brief, perfect silences. Then, thud from the wall to my right. Not even that loud. Just sharp, direct. The sound of something hitting the shared drywall between our living room and whoever's lived next door. Every muscle in my body seized. My thumb froze mid-scroll. I sat up straighter without deciding to. For a fraction of a second, I wasn't in the new apartment anymore. I was on the old couch, with the old fridge, listening to the old wall, waiting for the follow-up sounds that would tell me whether it was furniture or flesh or both. Nothing else came. Then the faint, apologetic laugh of a stranger filtered through the wall, followed by a muffled, "My bad," and the scrape of something being dragged back into place. My chest loosened an inch. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, palms pressed together, and tried to breathe around the ghost of a sound that wasn't there. To anyone else in that building, it was just an everyday moment. Someone dropped something. Someone picked it up. Life went on. To me, it was a replay that never quite finished the same way, but left the same bruise. We had steel doors now, cameras at every entrance, a gate that beeped and slid shut behind our car every night with a satisfying chunk. It should have felt like safety. Instead, I started to realize something I hadn't wanted to admit. You can move away from the house. You can hand in the keys, change the locks, switch the sounds your machines make when they shut off. But if you spent long enough listening to a wall that knew more than you did, the silence that follows you is not about the building. It is about what you did and what you waited too long to do while you were on the other side of it. The first time I saw his name again, it was printed in clean black ink on a white envelope like nothing had ever happened. It was a Tuesday, late afternoon. I was coming back from work, brain full of small things. Emails I hadn't answered, what to make for dinner, whether the check engine light on my car was serious or just another dashboard bluff. At our building, the mailboxes were down in the lobby. A wall of narrow metal doors, each with a tiny lock and a number stenciled on it. The air always smelled faintly like paper dust and cheap perfume from whatever detergent the maintenance crew used on the floor. I unlocked our box, flipped it open, and pulled out the thin stack of envelopes inside. Pizza coupons, a credit card offer, a medical bill, and one plain white envelope with no logo, no window, just a printed name and address. The name jumped out at me so hard it felt like someone had slapped the letters against my face. Trevor Halpern. For a moment, the rest of the line blurred. The address, the apartment number, the city. All I could see was his first name, sitting there like it had every right to be in my hands. My heart dropped straight through my ribs. The lobby went weirdly quiet around me, like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. I could still see people moving. Someone pushing a stroller past the glass doors, a guy in gym clothes walking toward the elevator, but their sounds faded away. All I could hear was the faint rustle of paper as my fingers tightened on the envelope. There was something obscene about it. Not the last name, Halpern, that was new, but Trevor, in that font, on an envelope slipped into my mailbox. like he'd found a way to seep into the new building through the postal system. For half a second, a thought flashed through my head that was so irrational it made my skin prickle. What if he changed his name and got released early and somehow ended up? I shut it down fast. Jail. Trial. Sentencing. The words from the articles. Extended term due to severity. There was no version of reality where he had walked out and rented an apartment in the same complex as us. Still, my hands shook. I forced myself to read the whole address line. Trevor Halpern, Unit 3B, same building number, different floor. That's not ours, I muttered under my breath, like saying it would break whatever spell had locked my gaze to the name. Ours was 2F, completely different wing, different hallway, different door. Rationally, I knew what happened. The mail carrier had mixed up a couple of boxes. It's easy enough. You get into a rhythm. You slide envelopes where they look like they belong. You move on. No conspiracy, no haunting, just human error. Emotionally, it felt like the universe had decided to send me a prank. I stood there for a few seconds, envelope in hand, frozen in front of the open mailbox slot. The echoing clang of someone else slamming their box closed snapped me out of it. I took a breath, tucked our mail under my arm, and walked over to the list of residents taped next to the elevator. Sure enough, there it was. 3B, Halpern T. Trevor. Different Trevor. A Trevor who probably worked in tech or sales or something boring and would never know that his first name had just knocked 3 years off my lifespan in the lobby. I considered walking the envelope up to his door, ringing the bell, handing it over with some awkward joke about mixed up mail. That's what a normal neighbor would do. Instead, I put it on the little ledge near the mailboxes, where people left missorted envelopes with a sticky note that said "Wrong Box" in blue pen. By the time I reached our floor, my heartbeat had slowed, but the name was still stamped on the inside of my skull. "Everything okay?" Lauren asked when I came in. "Yeah," I said automatically, setting the mail on the counter. They gave us someone else's letter. I put it back. I didn't tell her who it was addressed to. That night, I lay in bed longer than usual, eyes open in the dark, listening to the building around us breathe. The AC unit under the window cycled off with its usual dying rattle. The fridge exhaled and fell quiet. Somewhere above, someone turned off their TV. The faint murmur of dialogue cut out mid-sentence. The elevator gave one last mechanical sigh, then stopped. And, like clockwork, there it was, the second of silence. That unnatural stillness. No hum, no whir, no distant music. Just the sound of my own blood pushing through my head. I stared at the wall across from me, the one that faced the hallway instead of another apartment, and told myself I was being ridiculous. Different Trevor, I thought. Different life. Different building. You're safe. You're fine. Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow and restless. I don't know what woke me up. I only know that when I opened my eyes, the room was dark, and my body felt like it had been dropped from a height. My heart was already pounding, as if I'd been running in a dream. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:03 a.m. in soft blue numbers. Lauren was asleep beside me, turned away, her breathing slow and even. The blinds were down over the window, but a slice of city light bled around the edges, striping the wall with a dull gray glow. For a moment, everything sounded normal. The AC unit was in its off phase, quiet and still. The fridge was resting between cycles. The building seemed to be holding that weird, late-night breath again. I shifted, trying to decide if I could roll over and force myself back under. That's when I heard it. 2 soft knocks on the wall behind my head. Not on the front door. Not from the hallway. Not from above or below. Directly behind me. 2 taps, spaced out. Just enough time between them to recognize a pattern. Tap, tap. My entire body snapped rigid. It wasn't loud. It was almost gentle. But the sound was so close, it felt like someone had flicked the drywall with their finger an inch from my skull. Every hair on my arm stood up. I held my breath and waited for the building to fill in the blanks. Pipes, neighbors, some harmless explanation. Anything. Silence. The familiar kind. The one with edges. I slowly pushed myself up, careful not to jostle the mattress. Lauren shifted a little, but didn't wake. The wall loomed in front of me now, featureless and pale in the dim light, as if it were pretending it had never carried any sound at all. Okay, I whispered to myself, ridiculous and half asleep. It's just pipes. It's just the building settling. I've heard that 1,000 times from other people, landlords, neighbors, friends. Old buildings make noise. These walls are thin. You hear stuff. Now I said it to myself like a spell. Pipes. Settling. Nothing. I reached out and laid my hand flat against the drywall. It was cool. Smooth. No vibration. No second knock came. After a while, the AC kicked back on with its familiar, clumsy roar. The fridge hummed to life in the kitchen. Somewhere in another unit, a toilet flushed. The moment passed. Lauren never stirred. She slept straight through the night and woke up cheerful, talking about brunch plans and work deadlines and the playlist for the reception. I made coffee, nodded in the right places, and said nothing about the mail or the knock, or the way my heart still seemed to be listening to something that had already stopped. It did not happen the night of the wrong mail. It did not happen the night of the first knock. It came a few days later, on a night that looked so normal from the outside that if you saw it as a still frame, you would never guess what it sounded like on the inside. Lauren had gone to bed early. Work had been rough, and wedding planning had worn her out in a way that had nothing to do with joy. She kissed my cheek, mumbled something about floral arrangements, and disappeared into the bedroom around 10. I stayed up a little longer, pretending to watch TV. The apartment was lit by that particular blue-white glow screens throw on everything. The sitcom laugh track rose and fell in the background, but none of it penetrated. I was doing what I did most nights, staring at the moving images while my brain watched something else entirely. At some point, I realized I hadn't laughed once. The remote was in my hand without me remembering picking it up. I hit power. The TV blinked off. The living room dropped into dimness, lit only by the sodium orange smear from the parking lot lights outside. The fridge in the kitchen hummed on. The AC unit under the window did its low, rattling cough. A car rolled through the lot, its tires hissing on asphalt, bass faintly thumping. Someone in the hallway laughed too loud, then their door shut and cut the sound in half. Normal. I stood there for a moment in the half-dark, then decided I might as well join Lauren. Sleep was hit or miss these days, but at least lying down made the ceiling feel farther away. In the bedroom, the world got smaller. Lauren was already out, turned on her side, her breathing steady. The blinds were closed, but a narrow band of light slipped in along the edge, carving a dull line across the wall. The fan on the ceiling turned slowly, throwing soft, warped shadows that crawled over the paint. I lay on my back and watched the blades rotate in lazy loops. The AC unit in the living room roared, muffled by the bedroom door, but still present. The fridge continued its reliable, indifferent vibration. Somewhere in another unit, water ran through pipes, a faint rushing sound inside the walls. If you've never had a reason to listen closely to a building, you probably don't realize how alive it is. Every wire, every pipe, every motor whispers a little. Once you've tuned in, it's hard to tune out. My eyes slipped from the fan to the wall behind the headboard. Plain, white, innocent if you didn't know better. It faced another apartment's living room now, not someone's hidden basement. There was no logical reason it should mean anything. The AC coughed and stuttered. The compressor shuddered once, twice. Then with a familiar click, it shut off. The gust of cool air faded. The fridge in the kitchen, on some synchronized schedule I never consented to, cycled down and went still. The pipes finished their run and emptied. The hallway outside our door, which had been alive a few minutes earlier with footsteps and faraway conversations, went quiet. No elevator groan, no distant toilets, no neighbor's TV. And there it was, the same second I'd known on Ridgeway Court. That one thin slice of time where every machine in your life happens to be between jobs, where the hum is gone and the world feels like it's holding its breath. Silence. Not just nothing loud right now, quiet. Real silence. The kind that makes your ears ring because they're not used to working that hard. Every muscle in my body recognized it. My chest went tight. My skin prickled. My heart hammered in a way that had nothing to do with exertion and everything to do with memory. I told myself, this is fine. This is just physics. This is just the grid doing its thing. Then, in that one held breath, I heard a voice. A man's voice. Very small, very rough, like it had been dragged over gravel. It didn't come through a vent. It didn't echo from the hallway. It wasn't distorted like something from another room. It came from right behind my head, from inside the wall. I know it was you, it said softly. A pause that could have fit a lifetime. 1437. The sound was so close, it felt like someone had pressed their lips to the drywall and spoken straight into it, letting the vibration travel through paint and plaster and studs into the bones of my skull. Every part of me locked up. I did not turn my head. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I stared at the ceiling fan, at the blurring blades, as if moving my eyes sideways would line my pupils up with whatever was on the other side of that wall. I knew that voice, not the exact acoustic quality. This was quieter, rougher, like it had been soaked in smoke and time. But the pattern of it, the rhythm of the words, the way he said you, like it was less a person and more a target. I had heard it in our driveway, over the hiss of police radios and the buzz of cruiser engines. I know it was you, 1437. Back then, there had been handcuffs. There had been 4 officers between us. There had been distance and law, and the assumption that, at least for a while, I would never have to hear that sentence again, anywhere near where I slept. Now it was just me and a wall. The seconds stretched. For an instant, I was sure I was going to hear something else follow. A scrape, a knock, a laugh, a promise. Instead, the AC unit shuddered back to life with a jolt, as if someone had plugged the world in again. The fridge resumed its practiced hum. A car alarm chirped distantly in the lot. Somewhere downstairs, a door slammed. The silence shattered. The voice disappeared with it, swallowed by the returning noise. Lauren sighed and shifted beside me, her hand sliding a few inches on the sheet. She didn't wake up. I lay there, heart pounding so hard it made my vision pulse, staring at the same blank patch of ceiling and listening to the regular stupid sounds of an apartment that did not know it had just been a stage for something else. I didn't say her name. I didn't say his. I didn't say anything at all. After a while, my body started working again. My fingers tingled, then obeyed. I swung my legs out of bed and stood up on unsteady feet, careful not to jostle the mattress. The wall behind the headboard loomed in the half-dark. It looked exactly like it always did. No cracks, no stains, no bulges, just a slab of painted drywall, dumb and mute. I didn't touch it this time. I walked out into the hallway instead, each step feeling a little like walking away from an accident you weren't entirely sure you'd survived. In the kitchen, I flipped on the overhead light. It was too bright, too harsh, but that was the point. The fridge, offended, buzzed louder. The cheap analog clock above the stove ticked its little plastic heart out, each second a tiny, desperate insistence that time was still moving forward. I stood there for a long time with my hands flat on the cool counter, listening to the mechanical chorus drown out the memory of that ragged whisper. I didn't wake Lauren. What would I even tell her? Hey, I think I heard a man who should be locked up for a couple of decades remind me he knows my old address through our new bedroom wall. Or worse, hey, I think my brain is now so soaked in this that it started freelancing in surround sound. So I made myself small in the pool of yellow light on the kitchen tile and let the hum of the appliances stuff cotton in my ears. The thing is, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I believe Trevor somehow reached through concrete and steel and found me. I am not going to tell you he crawled through air ducts or hacked an intercom, or that his voice can travel along shared foundations like some kind of curse. I don't know what I heard. Maybe it was a noise from another unit that just happened to hit the right pattern at the worst possible time. Maybe it was the building settling in a way that mimics syllables better than physics usually allows. Or maybe it was the simplest answer. My brain, left alone in that 1 second of true silence, finally decided to play back the one sentence I still haven't figured out how to live with. What I do know is this: the words were clear. The timing was perfect. The feeling was exactly the same as the night he said it in front of my own house. I moved away from Ridgeway Court. I changed walls, changed locks, changed the soundtrack of my life. But he has not forgotten 1437, and neither have I. So here's the part where you get to decide how much of this you think is just in my head. If you live in a house or an apartment with a shared wall, pay attention the next time everything in your place shuts off at once. The AC, the fridge, the hallway lights, that one breath of silence your building takes before the machines come back. If, in that second, you hear a voice pressed up against the drywall, just hope it is somebody asking for help, and not someone promising they know exactly where you sleep.